to please move forward a little bit, as we request everyone to please start settling down now in your respective seats, as the program will begin in a few minutes. Thank you. Once again, may we request our guests and delegates seated at the back portion of the hall to please move forward and occupy the unoccupied seats. Again, may we request our guests and delegates seated at the back portion of the hall to please move a little bit forward and occupy the unoccupied seats. Thank you very much. would like to acknowledge the arrival of Secretary General Zurab Pololikashvili of UN Tourism and Philippine Tourism Secretary, the Honorable Cristina Garcia Frasco. May we request everyone to please settle down now as we are about to begin today's program. Thank you. As we begin our program, we share with all of you, dear guests, the Filipinos' heartfelt expression of gratitude, celebrating the unity of family and community, honoring our ancestors and the bounties of nature, and embracing the spirit of thankfulness and togetherness.
Hangad
to our Creator. We gather in gratitude for the diverse culinary traditions that bring us together. Bless this forum and all who participate. May our discussions foster respect, understanding, and sustainable practices. Guide us as we celebrate the connections that food creates across cultures. May this gathering inspire us to work towards a world where all can enjoy the earth's bounty in harmony. With gratitude and hope, we move forward together. The Premier Province of the Philippines welcomes you. Maayong pag-abot sa Cebu. Welcome to the first UN Tourism Regional Forum on Gastronomy Tourism for Asia and the Pacific. This morning, prepare for an incredible journey exploring the majestic island of Cebu.
In the heart of Cebu, amidst the dynamic culture and the traces of modernity, lies a delicious proof of history, meticulously prepared to perfection and hung in mystical delight. Puso, the heart of the Cebuanos. Long before the Spaniards touched Cebu's golden shore, the intricate art of Puso weaving was already an ancient tradition, a silent symphony in the hands of the early Cebuanos. Each woven frond or lukay, a prayer to the spirits, these woven fronds become vessels for the golden grains of sustenance and nourishment. And into the bubbling pot they descend these leafy pendants of suspended grace. Submerged in the embrace of boiling waters, they cook, carrying the aroma of tradition through the air. In a time when the whispers of the diwatas fill the air, these delicate parcels of hanging rice were offerings in sacred celebrations. The use of puso in these rituals highlights its deep cultural significance, embodying the values of faith, community, gratitude, and respect that are central to Cebuano heritage. More than a source of sustenance, the puso has become an item of great reverence, food for the gods, as many would call it. Today, the legacy of puso lives on, Woven into the vibrant pulse of Cebu's daily life, hundreds of these heart-shaped rice parcels find their way into the streets and feed love and happiness to all. More than a delicacy, puso is a symbol of tradition and resilience. Each serving offers a taste of Cebu's rich heritage. Come and taste a beloved gastronomical icon that embodies the simplicity and strength of its people. Puso. And now, as we open the first UN Tourism Regional Forum on Gastronomy Tourism Asia and the Pacific, we offer you the Cebuano's heart as we welcome you to Cebu.
Cebu is a gastronomical haven that promises to tantalize your taste buds and leave you craving for more. Come for the sights, stay for the bites, and proudly say, I love Cebu!
Cebu na ta o higala. Bahandi ka ning dughan ko. Isingit ko, isingit. I love Cebu. Bahandi ka ning dughan ko. I love Cebu. Isingit ko ning kalibutan.
A round of applause, please, for the wonderful talents of Cebu. Los Cantantes de Cebu, University of Cebu Dance Company, Kansugbo Dance Fusion, together with CJ Camino. morning, everybody, and on behalf of UN Tourism, the Basque Culinary Center, and the Department of Tourism of the Philippines, welcome to the first UN Tourism Regional Forum on Gastronomy Tourism for Asia and the Pacific. Welcome to Cebu, welcome to the Philippines. And to our online participants, wherever you are in this beautiful Asian region or beyond, good morning too, and thank you so much for joining as we move forward with the proceedings of the first ever UN Tourism Regional Forum on Gastronomy Tourism for Asia and the Pacific. Here in Cebu, we welcome more than 500 participants from more than 40 countries and territories, and many more. Follow us through UN Tourism's YouTube channels. Dear participants, almost 10 years ago in 2015, the UN Tourism and the Basque Culinary Center created together the World Forum on Gastronomy Tourism to provide a space for exchanging of ideas, experiences, and new concepts between experts in tourism and gastronomy, and also to identify good practices and to use gastronomy tourism as a key driver of sustainable development. This year, for the first time, and due to the increasing attention that gastronomy tourism is getting from destinations all around the world, we are celebrating the first regional edition, and we are doing it here in Asia and the Pacific. Just to recall as well, not too long ago, this region hosted the Global Forum in Nara, Japan in 2022, where the Japanese delicacies and traditions were discovered by many. I am sure that for the next 2 days, the province of Cebu will delight the forum's participants with impactful sessions, memorable technical tours, inspiring experiences from experts coming from all over the region, and of course, memorable food tastings. In just a moment, we will proceed with the official opening ceremony. In the meantime, we encourage you to join the conversation on social media by tagging at UNWTO, at BCulinary, at tourism_PHL, and using the official hashtags hashtag RFGT Asia 2024, hashtag Love the Philippines, and hashtag Gastronomy Tourism. And now, to officially open the first UN Tourism Regional Forum on Gastronomy Tourism for Asia and the Pacific, please put your hands together for the Mayor of Lapu-Lapu City, the Honorable Junard Ahong Chan.
The pride of the Cebuanos, Secretary Cristina Garcia Fresco of the Department of Tourism, UN Tourism Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Zurab Polo Likash Valley, the representative of the Long District of Lapu-Lapu City, Honorable Congresswoman Maria Cynthia Cindy King Chan, renowned culinary and gastronomic experts from around the globe, distinguished delegates of the first UN Tourism Regional Forum on Gastronomy Tourism for Asia and the Pacific, foreign ministers from participating countries, executives of the Department of Tourism, colleagues in the government service, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Or as we say in our native tongue, maayong buntag kanatong tanan. And welcome to the historic city of Lapu-Lapu, Cebu. a Danish chef, Rene Redzepi, and co-owner of the 3 Michelin star restaurant, Noma in Copenhagen, Denmark, said, and I quote, "People will travel anywhere for good food." It's crazy. I could not agree more. Yes, people travel for good food, and nothing brings people together like good food. And it is good food that brings us all here today. Most of you traveled halfway around the globe just to be part of this historic gathering on gastronomy tourism for the Asia-Pacific region. And I am both humbled and elated that Lapu-Lapu City, Cebu is hosting this first ever gastronomic forum. Like many others destinations, food making is an integral part of our history and identity as Filipinos in general and as a Cebuano in particular. Our pre-colonial history, some 500 years ago, tells us that early Filipinos used puso as offering to their deities. Puso, or popularly known as hanging rice, is a Filipino rice cake made by boiling rice in a woven punch of palm leaves. Back then, puso always takes center stage in every religious events as it is commonly served during festivities. Up until now, puso is still very much staple in every Filipino dining experience. It is best paired with barbecue and usually comes in handy as you eat it without the aid of spoon and fork. Eating it with bare hands complete the puso experience. Try it. Another local dish that is native to us, which dates back to the 13th century AD, is the kinilaw. It's come from the Visayan word kilaw, or to eat raw. It's made of raw ingredients, prepared and served without cooking. Kinilaw is a dish of raw fish marinated in vinegar, citrus juices, usually lime, and seasoned with mixed condiments. Spanish colonists and explorers to the Philippines made the earliest mention of the dish in the Vocabulario de la Lengua Tagala in 1613 as chinik chilaw, a Hispanized spelling of the Visayan verb kilaw, which means to eat raw, and cognate of adjective hilaw, which mean raw or uncooked. Modern variation to the old recipe is the introduction of the coconut milk as a creamer to diffuse the tanginess of its flavor. Local restaurants serving native Filipino dishes never run out of kinilaw in their menu. It is must try in Cebu. And lastly, to complete your gastronomic experience in Cebu is the world famous Cebu lechon. How can one miss this delectable dish of roasted whole pig, slowly rotisserie over open coals? Lechon is derived from a Spanish word leche, which translates to milk. The origin of the dish use small, young, suckling pigs that were still nursing milk from their mothers. As lechon popularly increased, Filipinos moved to use bigger pigs to ensure that everyone gets a bite of this irresistible dish. Since then, lechon is never absent in every Filipino celebration, such as birthdays, anniversaries, festas, special events, and parties. As they say, you have never been to Cebu if you have not tried the famous Cebu lechon. As competition among tourist destinations increases, food becomes the deciding factor. Gastronomy provides an opportunity to revitalize the diversify tourism and in return promote the local economy. Gastronomy therefore contributes to the promotion and branding of tourist destinations. It likewise helps maintain local traditions as well preserve its authenticity. Having said that, allow me, in behalf of the peace-loving Cebuanos, to formally welcome you all to the historic city of Lapu-Lapu, Cebu. Looking forward to your memorable stay while you're enjoying our food, the sun, and the sea, our rich culture and history, and our warm reception and accommodation. Enjoy and have fun in Cebu. Love Cebu, love Philippines. Thank you and good morning once again.
Daghang salamat. Thank you very much for those remarks, Mayor Ahong Chan of the city of Lapu-Lapu. May we now invite the co-organizer of this forum, the Basque Culinary Center. Please give a warm welcome to Ms. Idoya Calleja, Director of Masters and Courses.
Mabuhay. Good morning. It's a real pleasure to inaugurate this first UN Tourism Regional Forum on Gastronomy Tourism for Asia and Pacific in Cebu, in Philippines. Basque Culinary Center and United Nations Tourism have been partnered since 2015, organizing 8 editions of the World Forum on Gastronomy Tourism with the aim of promoting the exchange of knowledge, expert, and experience in gastronomy tourism, identifying practices to promote gastronomy tourism as a sustainable engine development. Next year, we will celebrate the 9th edition in Bahrain. We also have co-published the guidelines for the development of gastronomy tourism, a useful tool for to help territories that want to position and reinforce their gastronomy strategy. And we are also working in another projects. And really, this is a new initiative to organize these regional forums for the Asia Pacific and next in Africa, in Zimbabwe. Gastronomy is one of the sectors that tourists evaluate the most. When we travel, we like to discover the local cuisine of the destination, to explore the restaurants, to taste the typical food, products, traditions, and to be able to have surprising, unique, and authentic experiences. The data show that 1/3 of the tourist spending is dedicated to food. Gastronomy has become one of the main purposes for travel. In many destinations, gastronomy has become a strategic sector that contributes to the generation of wellness, wealth, employment, creating value for the entire value chain, from the production of quality food to its transformation to the hotel or tourism companies and the promotion of the country brand. The evident rise of gastronomy tourism presents substantial opportunities for sustainable socio-economical development, cultural exchange, community, and well-being. This guides the work of Basque Culinary Center. We have an holistic and interdisciplinary approach aimed at developing the gastronomy as an engine, social and economic driving force. BCC ecosystem integrates a faculty in gastronomic science and a technological center. We develop global this vision through main activities. One is education. We receive students from more than 32 nationalities in our degree, in our master programs, one dedicated to gastronomy tourism. We work with continuous training education with private companies, with public institutions. We also develop research and innovation through our technological center. And we establish global partnerships to research in sustainability, health, and sensoriality. We also are focused in promotion, promoting these forums like this with the UN Tourism. And also, for example, the Basque Culinary World Prize. We will have the opportunity to have the winner of one of the editions of the Basque Culinary World Prize, Fatmata Binta, with this a prize to visibilize social transformative initiatives through gastronomy. Gastronomy is culture, is health, is science, is sensoriality, is sustainability. And in Basque Culinary Center, we believe that gastronomy is part of the solution for the challenges that we have to face as society. And we globally interact with many agents, chefs, institutions, companies to develop our mission. The Pacific Forum will serve as a platform to celebrate the power of gastronomy tourism and bring together destinations and international experts to exchange knowledge and best practice in gastronomy tourism, with the objective of harnessing its transformative power, especially to the benefit of local communities. I would like to give a special thank yous to the Ministry of Tourism of Philippines, to her secretary, Maria Cristina Garcia Frasco, and all the team, also to the audience and all the companies and all the institutions that have made this forum possible to happen. Thank you very much. I hope you will enjoy and have fun. Love Philippines, love Cebu. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Idoya Calleja of the Basque Culinary Center. Muchísimas gracias. Te apreciamos mucho. And now, may we invite the Secretary of the Department of Tourism of the Philippines. Please welcome the Honorable Cristina Garcia Frasco.
Always the Filipino smile. Always the Filipino smile. Always the Filipino smile. I love the Filipino smile.
Mabuhay and love the Philippines. UN Tourism Secretary General Zurab Pololi-Kashvili. Let's give him the warmest Cebuano and Filipino welcome. UN Tourism Executive Director Natalia Bayona. UN Tourism Director for Asia and the Pacific, Harry Wang. UN Tourism Director for Market Intelligence, Policies and Competitiveness, Sandra Carvao. And the rest of the UN Tourism Delegation. Ms. Idoya Calleja of Basque Culinary Center. Our very gracious host of the historic city of Lapu-Lapu, Mayor Junard Ahong Chan. With the Congresswoman of the Lone District of Lapu-Lapu City, Congresswoman Maria Cynthia Cindy King Chan. We are also joined today by our mayors from the province of Cebu. Mayor Noel Dotilios of the Municipality of Bourbon. Mayor Avis Monleon of the Municipality of Catmon. Mayor Aljun Diamante of the Municipality of Tuburan. Ministers, vice ministers, and heads of delegations of our participants in this forum coming from over 43 countries from all over the world. Excellencies and members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, UN Tourism Ambassadors, officials of the Department of Tourism and its attached agencies, our speakers, moderators, panelists, delegates, and sponsors of the first ever UN Tourism Regional Forum on Gastronomy Tourism for Asia and the Pacific. My fellow workers in government, our friends from the media from around the world, our beloved tourism industry stakeholders and partners, mga kaigsuunan kong Pilipino ug Sugboanon, maayong buntag. Welcome to the United Nations Tourism Regional Forum on Gastronomy Tourism for Asia and the Pacific, hosted by the Philippines here in the historic city of Lapu-Lapu in the premier province of Cebu. We are deeply honored by the confidence conferred upon our nation by United Nations Tourism and its member states to host this inaugural global event that brings together ministers, heads of delegation, heads of mission, experts, stakeholders, enthusiasts from over 40 countries. What has come to be the distinct quality that Filipinos are known for all over the world: warmth, hospitality, and kindness. Offering to them food, and more specifically, fish, bananas, coconuts, palm wine, and a feast of meats. Hence began a long period of the introduction of vast and varied cultural and culinary influences, from the Spanish to the Chinese to the American, all complementing the foundation of our Malay heritage and indigenous origins that have come to define the Filipino identity. Filipino cuisine is a diverse archipelago of 7,640 traditions. We invite the rest of the world to experience the heart and soul of the Filipino, the heart of the Philippines. This forum is an opportunity to share knowledge, foster collaboration, and explore innovative ways. 2 decades under the Marcos administration, the administration of our President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., that the Philippines was conferred with the privilege and elected as Vice President of the United Nations General Assembly, and as well the Chair of the United Nations Tourism Regional Commission for East Asia and the Pacific. Our election to these doable insights and actionable strategies and collaborations to further strengthen the role of gastronomy in tourism in our region and in our nations. Together, we can create a more sustainable, inclusive, and vibrant tourism landscape that honors
Congratulations, Chef Vicky Cheng. And thank you very much, Secretary General. Again, may we request our dignitaries and our awardee to please remain on stage as we call on the following special guests to join us for our ceremonial opening. May we invite our dignitaries seated at the front row to join in the ceremonial opening. Just as preparing the puso requires meticulous weaving to create a harmonious and delightful food item, the goal of the first UN Tourism Regional Forum on Gastronomy Tourism is to blend cultural elements to enrich travel experiences. Both endeavors underscore the value of diversity and the significance of harmonious collaboration. As our guests of honor pour the grains of rice to the giant puso, we highlight the collaboration among the key players in the industry as we continuously promote gastronomy tourism in Asia and the Pacific. Our first batch of dignitaries may now pour rice into the giant puso. Likewise, our second batch of dignitaries may now pour rice into the giant puso. Finally, it is the turn of our dignitaries up on stage to do the same. Pour rice into the giant puso. And with that, the first UN Tourism Regional Forum on Gastronomy Tourism for Asia and the Pacific officially commences. A round of applause, please. All our dignitaries will now have a short group photo opportunity. Once again, a warm round of applause, please, to all our officials and dignitaries. Thank you very much to all our officials and dignitaries on stage, led of course by the Secretary General of UN Tourism, Mr. Zura Pololikashvili, and the Secretary of the Department of Tourism of the Philippines, the Honorable Cristina Garcia Frasco. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we have officially opened this first edition of the Gastronomy Tourism Regional Forum, let us continue to deep dive into this year's topic, Gastronomy Tourism for People and Planet. And to get a deeper insight on gastronomy tourism and how it can drive inclusion and sustainability for the benefit of destinations and communities, it is a pleasure to invite on stage UN Tourism's Director of Market Intelligence, Policies and Competitiveness, Ms. Sandra Carvao. Please give her a warm welcome.
Very good morning to all. Mahayong buntag. I hope that sounded somehow similar to your language. A very good morning to all. It's a pleasure to see such a group of enthusiastic people around and supporting this important agenda. We're having a ministerial discussion afterwards, but before we do so, we wanted to share some ideas with you on the work that at UN Tourism we've been doing, but also on how really we see the link between gastronomy and tourism as a driver for inclusion and sustainability. And we can't forget really the end objective, because this is one of the most important elements for us. So just very quickly, and I will not repeat, many numbers have been shared, but it is increasingly a motivation for people around the world to travel. And more than 80% of people actually have interest in experiencing food from other countries. But I think most interestingly, 37% of people surveyed recently said that they will choose destination because they want to visit specifically a restaurant. So restaurants themselves, or the gastronomy experience, has become an asset for tourism, has become a decision factor for tourists. And this is really what we need to address and use gastronomy tourism as an added value. So from our side, we wanted to highlight the potential that gastronomy tourism has, first of all, to create destinations outside the hotspots. It is now one of the challenges to ensure that the benefits of tourism are spread throughout the territory, particularly in rural areas. And we are seeing, particularly when we link gastronomy, agriculture practices, how we can drive people to new destinations through tourism. We also wanted to highlight the importance, and particular for some of the more vulnerable groups, such as local communities, indigenous peoples, women, youth, how gastronomy can be a factor of entrepreneurship, of creating businesses at the local level. So in strategies aimed at empowering women and creating opportunities for youth, it is an opportunity to actually bring gastronomy as one of the priority areas for us to work in tourism. Also, naturally, as an economic driver, in terms of social inclusion, it allows to bring together different parts of society and reduce the disparities among the different components of a country as well. Finally, in terms of cultural preservation, often there are traditions like the amazing one that we just all witnessed here and had the pleasure of sharing, that through tourism are recovered. Sometimes some of these traditions, some of this knowledge is being lost in some of more remote communities. So tourism actually offers an opportunity to bring it back. And finally, also, one of the major challenges we'll discuss not only now, but also during today with the other panels is the issue of environmental sustainability. We know that there is a huge opportunity for our sector to embrace sustainability, to work more seasonally, to make sure that our sourcing is done in the correct way, that we have the procurement in place that allow us to reduce our footprint. From our side at UN Tourism, this is one of the priorities that we have within the work of our One Planet sustainable program. we have created actually a roadmap for food waste, and we invite you all who are committed to address this big challenge to actually work with us to implement some of the recommendations that are here. Finally, as well, and this is something we will discuss now with the representatives of the distinguished countries, is we believe that we need a shared vision and we need a common governance to advance gastronomy tourism. We need leadership, and this is what we will hear from the countries that will join us in a minute. And through our work with the Basque Culinary Center, we actually have created guidelines for gastronomy tourism in the destinations so that we can create a structure and also an action plan that take us through the implementation of that. We are very happy. We've worked with some of our countries already. Recently, we had the pleasure of working with Indonesia in Ubud, where we implemented a gastronomy tourism plan, and we are very happy to know that now there's plans to expand to other regions in the country. And obviously, we've been very recently in Japan, in Nara, and we know that following the presence of the forum as well, there has been extra developments in the area of gastronomy tourism. So with that said, one of the objectives of today is also to gain traction to move the agenda of gastronomy tourism forward in Asia Pacific. Secretary General has just made a very concrete proposal in terms of education and knowledge here in Cebu. We will end the forum with our Cebu call for action, which aims to give us a little bit of common vision towards the future of this important sector here in Asia Pacific. So without any further ado, because we are here to hear from our fantastic panelists, I have the honor and the pleasure to share a very important discussion now with the representatives of several destinations, which I will invite to join me on stage. And first, naturally, with our host, it could not be different. It is my pleasure to invite to join me on stage Honorable Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco from the Department of Tourism of the Philippines. Warm welcome to Honorable Secretary. Also joining us from Indonesia is the Deputy Minister for Resources and Institutions from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. Welcome to Indonesia. We will also be joined by the Honorable Vice Minister of the Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, Your Excellency. Welcome. And from Thailand to Japan, our host of the NARA Forum last year, please welcome the Vice Commissioner of the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism of Japan. And least but not last, Mrs. Maria Elena de Sena Fernandez, Director of the Macau Government Tourism Office. Maria Elena, please, a warm welcome to Maria Elena from the Macau Government Tourist Office.
So, very good morning again to everyone. Today, what we really want is, and I'm sure we will end up being inspired by all these amazing examples of countries leading in gastronomy tourism. And I could not do it any other way, starting with our host also, Honorable Secretary. If you can tell us what's the role that gastronomy tourism plays and how important it is in the strategy of the Philippines in terms of tourism development.
Once again, mayong buntag kaninyong tanan. Good morning, everyone. Under the administration of President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., he approved the National Tourism Development Plan for 2023 to 2028 that recognizes the critical role that gastronomy tourism plays in the overall landscape of tourism development and sustainability. Therefore, first and foremost, we have identified gastronomy tourism as a priority tourism product. And what that means is that the national government is mobilizing and partnering with all of our regional offices as well as our local government units and fellow national government agencies to ensure that first, we preserve the integrity of Filipino food, we provide avenues for its development and promotion, and of course, that we understand and develop measures for its sustainability. Clearly, the success of gastronomy tourism can only be had not only by means of promoting Filipino food, but also by trying to consider all the integral components for its success. That means taking a look at agriculture, logistics, food waste, and the overall sustainability of the industry. The Philippines is blessed with very talented chefs as well as the passion of Filipinos to preserve our cultural dishes. And it is this passion for Filipino food that is now causing the world's attention to be given to our gastronomy. With that, the Philippines launched the Philippine Experience Program, which is a heritage, culture, and arts caravan that seeks to provide opportunities for our international and domestic tourists to get to know the heart of the Philippines through, among others, an introduction into Filipino food. Hence, the Philippine Experience Program has a salu-salo, or feasting together component, whereby in every region, province, and destination that we visit, we make sure that our partner, local government units, prepare our heritage dishes and give our tourists a taste of our local flavors. The Philippines is now also developing in collaboration with the private sector and through vast consultations around the country, the Philippine Strategic Roadmap for Gastronomy Tourism that seeks to provide a strong foundation for the success of this aspect of our industry, as well as to institutionalize the measures by which it can reach its full potential. We have also launched the Philippine Eat-Experience Program, where at any given day in Rizal Park or Intramuros in Metro Manila, you're able to taste the regional flavors of the Philippines. But of course, it's not only in that area of the Philippines, in Luzon, that you can have that. Every week, there is a fiesta in the Philippines, and therefore offers vast opportunities for our tourists to get to know our local flavors, whether you are in the hinterlands of Luzon, Central Philippines, or in the southern portions of Mindanao.
Thank you, Secretary, and thank you for highlighting the roadmap, because the institutionalization and the public-private sector, but also public-public cooperation with other areas of the country really is the way forward, and what we were discussing before as well. I will move to Japan, and also because we hosted our World Forum recently in Nara, and I know that it is also a priority for Japan, as we heard while we were there, but also I know that many activities and initiatives were implemented after the forum as well. So Vice Commissioner, if you can share your vision and how gastronomy is really a pillar of tourism development for Japan.
Thank you, Sandra. Japan is currently promoting initiatives based on the 3 years plan, and now with the promotion of the sustainable tourism. Of course, for Japan, sustainable tourism is a fundamental form of tourism that leads to a good cycle of economy, society, and as well as the environment in the local community. So we believe it is important that both the region and the tourists can enjoy the benefit of tourism. So in this sense, the gastronomy tourism stimulates the local community by promoting local consumption on the economic side, of course, and contributes to the preservation of the unique local culture and customs on the social side. And in addition, from the environment point of view, it contributes to the CO2 reduction by not using the food stuff from outside the region. So in this sense, gastronomy tourism creates a good cycle in sustainable tourism, and it is familiar and also very handy for the local community to start the sustainable tourism. So after holding the Gastronomy Forum in 2021 December. Actually, Nara also implemented a lot of the initiative, Some of these initiatives includes organizing forums for collaborative efforts to promote the appeal for of the food to promote regional revitalization by inviting stakeholders such as the municipality representatives and also food and the lodging related companies and also producers, etc. And also they also created some kind of the local tours for the sake breweries or the ancient, the Japanese food as well. Yeah, and then that's for now. The other than the Nara's initiatives, actually Japan also, promotes a lot of the gastronomy tourism all over the Japan. Thank you. Thank you for now.
Thank you, and it's great to see actually the impact of the forum, because whenever we come to these events, we think, okay, the event closes, we all go home, but there is a legacy that often we don't even know about. So it is very good to see that in Nara there is now a work with the municipalities, with the communities, to use gastronomy to spread the benefits in the regional development. Going to Indonesia, Vice Minister, I know you have a great initiative at national level as well. It's not that only gastronomy is a priority for tourism, but also at the national level. Can you tell us a little bit more about it, and also how tourism fits into this national strategy?
Okay, of course, in terms of gastronomy, gastronomy is like Philippine, is one of our main program in our national development of tourism, because we have 17,000 islands with more than 40,000 of plantation, as well as more than 2,000 fishes. It is freshwater as well as salted water fish. So with the abundance, also with the culture, different culture, it's producing a variety of different flavors in each region. So again, it gives the strength of the gastronomy in Indonesia. And according to the Food and Agriculture Organization, Indonesia is also the producers of the 4th largest producers of spices in the world. Among the 500 different spices around the globe, we have among 275 different types of spices. That's why during the 17th century, most of the European countries want to take over the archipelago. And this is very important for us in terms of the gastronomy, because it not only has the attractions of, for tourists, but also can enrich the experience of the tourists. It also can be the tools to foster the cultural understanding, because the gastronomy is also about the cultural things, and also create jobs of people. And of course, it also help us to preserve the cultural and natural asset. And in terms of the programs, we have what we call is Indonesia Spice Up the World. It's the program that collaborated with many stakeholders in our country. We call it the ABCGM, which comprises the academic, B for business, C for community, G for government, and M is for the media. Of course, for the academic, they help us to produce the curriculum as well as the training program and research and development as well. And for business, they're the one who really developing the ecosystem of the business. And the community is also play a very important role, because they're the one who understand about the local culture, about the local wisdom of the destination. And G, the government, both for provincial as well as the central government, we provide infrastructure. We also help the business community to open up access to market as well as access to finance. And last but not least, media. Media also plays a very important role, because they're the one who help us understanding the importance of gastronomy, and also they're the one who build the promotion program and promotion activity around the gastronomy development in our country.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing the Spice Up the World initiative. It's great to see how also a national initiative has tourism embedded into it and really can change the image of a country. I think when we talk about the image of the country and we think about gastronomy and Thai food, it's a world reference. Vice Minister, what's the role of gastronomy tourism in Thailand's tourism strategy?
All right, thank you for the question. Sawadee krap, everyone. As you know that Thailand really the big machine and the main machine for us is like travel, tourism, and food, right? So gastronomy, tourism, and food and F&B tourism. This is the main thing that long time that we have been created and we have been proud of. Back then, 2018, we have like host the gastronomy meeting in Chiang Mai, which I'm come from, Chiang Mai, Thailand, right? So we have been searching and looking for and study for that a lot. On this policy, on this government, we even have the Taka policy. One of that issue gonna be like, we're gonna have chef in every village. So that's gonna create a job more than like 12,000 people around the country. Yeah, so that is the main thing that we're gonna do about F&B tourism. Also, we're focusing on CBT tourism, community-based tourism. And also we doing the Ignite Thailand. One of that is Ignite Tourism, which is we're gonna grow about infrastructure, about human, about how to make up the skill. So everything gonna be like, focusing on the tourism machine. Since the pandemic, we have been know that in Thailand maybe we need inside and outbound tourism, this is the pain point that we're fixing right now. So we're gonna have the 77 provinces in Thailand that gonna bring us, everyone, even Thai to Thai, or even abroad to Thailand. That is gonna make a lot of money and traffic about the tourism industry. We also have the campaign of 5 must to do in Thailand, which is the first one is must eat, which is about the food, about the dessert, everything that you know that Thai food. And our ASEAN food is like very good, right? We have the must seek, must buy, must see, and must beat. Must beat is the new thing. It's about activity. It's like Muay Thai, or you can have like excitement about the sport or activity you do in Thailand. So the overall thing, we try to focus a lot of things about tourism. We need to have more tourism, more longer stay for tourism. So we do a lot of strategy and policy right now. And also about the sustainability, about SDG goal, we're focusing on number 2 and number 12, so zero hunger, and about responsible about the production something. We also looking for study very serious about PM 2.5, because that is going to be about the gastronomy tourism in somehow. If you didn't concern about test venue and about the haze, about burn scar or hotspot, that's going to be, that's going to not make this kind of tourism like sustainability. Yeah, so that is overall that we try to study from now. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for such a 360 vision coming from the development of Chefs for the Village, which is very, very nice initiative. From the promotion of the must eat, I think that's a great slogan. And also the importance of talent, as you were saying, and skills development. And finally, to Macau, I know that you just finalized your gastronomy festival a few days ago. So if you can tell us as well how you place gastronomy within your strategy.
Well, I think, obviously for Macau, we share a shared history, shared heritage, so to speak, because of our, very, very, long history of Portuguese administration in Macau. Portuguese came to Macau in the 1550s. And since then, obviously, we have, because of the Portuguese discoveries, they brought to us not only the Portuguese, angle to food, but also throughout, the discoveries, they brought also a lot of heritage from Africa, from India, from Malay, from Southeast Asia before the Portuguese actually finally settled in Macau, and then we had, a lot of interaction with the Chinese as well. So our cuisine, what we call the Macanese cuisine, is probably, we always say it's probably one of the oldest fusion foods in the world, because of all this heritage. And we actually use it to very much advantage to our development throughout the years. For us, gastronomy is not only food itself, it's also a way to manifest the culture and the history, our heritage, so to speak, So much so that nowadays, obviously, a lot of people come to Macau for the food, particularly the Macanese cuisine. We talk about Macanese cuisine a lot because that's part of our history. And with that also, we have been able to get UNESCO to give us the designation as a creative city of gastronomy. We look at, gastronomy as a very important component of our tourism strategy altogether. We call them tourism plus gastronomy. So food basically, draws people to Macau, but at the same time, it also helps people understand more about the history and all the importance behind it. So now we use very, very much after we've been designated as the UNESCO Creative City of Gastronomy. Three of the main pillars of what we're looking for is really one, it's the inheritance. Secondly, it's the innovation. Inheritance, I've talked about a lot. Innovation, why? Because we want to give the possibility for, going forwards, a lot more, different ways of creating or co-creating new, gastronomy, utilizing, our background. And then thirdly, exchange. We want to use gastronomy as a way that we can, have more exchanges with the world. So that also helps Macau as a small place to have a little bit more exposure in the world and also get to know more peoples, get more peoples to come to Macau, and then that will benefit as a whole the tourism of Macau and also our peoples in Macau.
Thank you, Mariel. And I think that's a very important point that we mentioned is how gastronomy really can create an identity, and it is part of the identity. When we think about our memories as our childhood, probably a lot of them are connected to the smells and the food, and also transmitting that and the history. And just as a reference, Marilena was saying that we share a common culture because I'm Portuguese, and thus we do see our cuisine reflected often in that fusion, which is so ancient and so modern at the same time. You were talking about tourism plus gastronomy, and also the Secretary mentioned about the links with agriculture, and I think this is one of the key elements that for us we need to develop further. We're very happy we actually have the FAO representative from the Philippines here with us also in this forum. Coming to Indonesia, how do you coordinate with other sectors? Also in the case of the ministry, because you are a Ministry of Tourism and Creative Industries, and also there's a big link with the creative component. How does that coordination happen in Indonesia?
Yeah. Of course, when we're developing the gastronomy, contains all aspects. It's 360 approach that we want to coordinate with the whole. Like I mentioned before, we have the ABCGM with all of the component, the stakeholders in our pentahelix. But of course, in terms of the production, we start from the production. From the production, we have a program with the Ministry of Agriculture, how to select the healthy food. It's not only for healthy, but also for the resilience of the local people. And also we are collaborating with the Ministry of Trade in terms of not only for domestically, we provide the spices for our local culture, for our local dishes, but also for our Indonesian restaurant overseas, how we can provide these spices, so it's always available overseas. And in terms of promotion, we work together not only with the ministry, but also with the influencers. Now young generation, young people, they really tends to select the healthy food. So this is one of good movement for us to collaborate with them in terms of putting the gastronomy in terms of their knowledge, their habit of life, and also in terms of the content production when they want to promote the gastronomy destination. And one of the examples for us to collaborate with many ministry as well as the many components of the pentahelix is our collaboration with UN Tourism. When we have the program, the initiative program to highlight the gastronomy in destination, we choose Ubud at the time, Bali, as the prototyping of the destination. And the mission is, of course, to preserving and celebrating the culinary, promoting the sustainable gastronomy, as well as providing authenticity of gastronomy and prototyping the education program. And through this collaboration program with many actors in the region, we have the concrete result because we have the program from the heart of Bali, which is providing the package for for farm to table is the authenticity of food in Bali. And also we have the program for foodcation in Bali. It's inviting the tourists to experience the authenticity of Balinese dishes when they travel into Bali. And food for body and soul, this is we collaborate with the Ministry of Health for providing the authenticity of Bali for wellness and well-being. So you're right that we cannot work alone, although in our portfolio, we are tourism as well as the creative economy, but of course in terms of developing the gastronomy, we have to work together with many actors on the pentahelix as well as in the destination.
Thank you very much, and thank you for highlighting a very important point on the role that tourism and gastronomy together can play also in promoting healthier options. And I think it goes along with the line also of tourists looking for wellness, not only physical but also mental, and how food can be a very important part of that. Coming to Japan, in Japan, how does that coordination happen with the other areas, and what challenges do you face in doing so?
Actually, the tourism agency has a good relation with the other agencies, as the cultural ministry or the tourism army, also the environment ministry. For the ministry level, we have the closer relationship with each other. And as for the, can I advertise my agency's activity? Sure. Thank you. Actually, the last year, our agency conducted the demonstration project, and then compiled the collection of the good cases that will be useful for developing gastronomy tourism. And then, based on the result of this demonstration project, we identified the 3 important issues. The one is that the development of core food as attractive menu of regions. And then also secondly, the higher added value of developed food. And then thirdly, the making it possible to continue this initiative. So let me give you the one example, the local communities example. And then Tateyama town, it's the Toyama prefecture, facing the Japan Sea. They aim to increase the added value local food by making a model tour to learn about the origin of the local food. And also, it also includes the tours to pilgrims lodging. And also, they can live in the village hills to learn how the local community, the locals lives. So it's related to the local food, and then it can talk with the local people itself. So actually, in the first year, I talk about the ministerial, cooperation, and also central to the local communication, also important for us. So that's why we collaborated this kind of the project to help the local community to pursue this gastronomy tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Commissioner. I think that's a very important point. As we were mentioning before, the role of the central government to actually collaborate with local governments and also to empower them and give them capacities and skills to develop their own project. Coming back to the Philippines, Secretary, how does that coordination in your strategy now that you are developing a new roadmap, how does it apply the coordination with other areas of government, but also with the local municipalities?
One of the identified objectives under the National Tourism Development Plan of the Philippines is our priority agenda of strengthening tourism governance through close collaboration among the national government, the local government, and the private sector. To that end, the effort of the Department of Tourism has been to engage in convergences with our fellow national government agencies, as well as to forge partnerships with the private sector. On the aspect of convergences, we recognize that the success of gastronomy tourism necessitates the development of basic infrastructure. And so, for instance, in collaboration with the Department of Public Works and Highways, which is the infrastructure arm of our national government, we have developed over 300 kilometers of tourism roads just in the last year under the administration of our president. In addition to that, since the nature of the Philippines landscape is archipelagic, we do work very closely with the Department of Transportation as far as the improvement of connectivity to our island destinations. That, of course, includes the expansion and construction of seaports, the construction of bridges, as well as the resumption of pre-pandemic flights and fostering more connectivity from international destinations to the country, as well as to our domestic destinations. Of course, we recognize the role that media plays in heralding to the world the best of Filipino food. And that is why we have forged a partnership with the Department of Information, Communications, and Technology to improve Wi-Fi connectivity all over the country in terms of our tourist destinations, as well as with our attached agency, the Tourism Promotions Board, for the launch of the Enhanced Travel Philippines mobile application, which you can download on your phone right now, and which will give you a view into all of the regions and provinces of the Philippines, as well as all of our offerings that our tourists can partake of. In addition to that, we are blessed with a very vibrant partnership with the private sector. And it is from them that we gather the most valuable insights, especially as far as the necessity of refashioning government policies as necessary, as well as coming up with new innovations and programs to fully support the gastronomic tourism industry. We also do continue with our human capital development programs through our Office of Industry Manpower Development. Specifically, we have culinaria trainings year-round, which we offer through our regional offices as well as our central office. And the most recent development of this is actually our partnership with the Department of Migrant Workers, wherein we are providing opportunities for reintegration into society of our overseas Filipino workers that have elected to come back to the Philippines after gaining all those skills abroad and perhaps gaining enough capital to put up their own businesses related to tourism or culinary enterprises and other related tourism services. And we hope that with this continuous capacitation and human capital improvement and trainings among our partners, as well as our stakeholders, that we would be able to spread across the country the opportunities for tourism. Finally, the Philippines is very privileged to host this UN Tourism Regional Gastronomy Forum, as it has lobbied to do so, precisely as a concrete manifestation of our commitment to provide global attention to Filipino food, and deservedly so, especially with the talents of our chefs, whether they are renowned, emerging, or lesser known. We locally, we're also very grateful for the work of our local government units and our partners in the private sector, as concretely manifested by Iloilo City's recent award as a UN Creative City for Gastronomy. The fast development of the slow food programs of places like Bacolod, as well as Cebu and other places in the Philippines, and of course, the food and wine festivals that are met with so much excitement from the private sector here in Cebu and very soon in Manila and in other parts of the Philippines.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I think we will have the opportunity to hear from the Creative City of UNESCO a little bit later, and also the projects of slow food here in the Philippines. But I wanted to highlight, I think it's an amazing project, the integration, as you were saying, of Philippines abroad coming back and give them opportunities to work. And also we know how difficult it is to attract talent to the tourism sector, and how
workforce shortages have really affected our sector post-pandemic particularly. So congratulations, it's really, I think, an inspiring, if you're looking for inspiring stories, I think this is definitely an inspiring story for us to delve more and learn more. Go back to Thailand and the coordination with the different ministries, agriculture, transport, as it was mentioned, infrastructure. How does it work for gastronomy tourism?
All right. The big picture right now in the government, as Mr. PM, Prime Minister of Thailand, he really like create and join with all the ministry that really cooperate. Let's say the transportation, we're gonna do like, we plan to have aviation hub. So right now we plan to have the new airport in the north and in the south, which is gonna be like connectivity or things like the majority province and the sub-majority province for tourism. Yeah, so, and we're talking on even like visa free for China, for like a lot of countries that going on, and we do a lot of immigration to ease to travel, which is we co with the other countries in ASEAN a lot. Also the European, and as you see that Mr. PM like go around the world to talk about not even the energy, not about the pollution. He also talk about the main thing. Every country we go is we talk about tourism, which is will be the main machine for us to boost the GDP and GHP. So what else? Like agriculture, we try to talk with the farmer. How to make Thailand become a global kitchen. Yeah, we do the local to global with the ingredient. We boost up the last campaign, OTOP, which is one Tambon, one province. Also the champion product from the province. That is going to make money, for around the communities. We also have the O-Force, one family, one soft power. The soft power that's going to create all kinds of things that going to make like more income for people in Thailand. We have about the food specifically, about how to, build use the main ingredient from the village and make it like more value and more profit for them. So we look very deep down to the happiness of people in the country. And then the table can go to the farm to the table and the table to the global. Yeah, that is the plan about the F&B tourism of us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that point also. I think there's one of the interesting initiatives of one product, one village, also to create that identity that we were speaking, but also motivate people to visit because they know they will find that specific product there. Marilena, in Macau, how does the coordination work?
Well, I think we have always valued very much what we call public-private partnership from a lot of projects. In fact, not just tourism, but also not just gastronomy, but specifically in terms of tourism and gastronomy. When we candidated for the UNESCO Creative City of Gastronomy, we actually put together not just the private sector in terms of the businesses. We also put together associations, the NGOs. We also asked the academic side of things to come together as well, because we're talking about not just getting the designation as a city of gastronomy. We want also to be able to make sure that there is a constant future going forwards. Secretary Frasco just now talked about having the talent, having the capital, human capital development. So we need the academic side to be supportive of the public-private partnership as well, because you have to have sustainability going forwards. So we value very, very much this kind of partnership, and we've been able to achieve quite a lot of things together. We've got through this partnership, we've got more Michelin restaurants in Macau. We try to, get ourselves candidating in many different kinds of lists of gastronomy all over the world. We also, try to send our chefs, our young chefs particularly, outside to compete in different places. And then we publish books about gastronomy. We also do obviously promotion, and very recently, even during the pandemic, Macanese gastronomy was being listed as intangible cultural heritage, by the national government in China. So I guess, all of this is only possible because we have a lot of people working together, not just government departments. And the realization of the importance of gastronomy for Macau as a whole is very important, so that everybody feels that they are part of it, everybody feels that they also need to contribute to it. I think that is the most important part of and the entire learning that we got out of it.
Thank you, Maria Elena, for highlighting that need to really bring everyone together. But as the Secretary said, in an institutionalized way. There needs to be a common roadmap, a common set of actions, also a capacity then to evaluate those actions, but also to highlight the academic role. Our partnership with the Basque Culinary Center is an example as well for us to really make sure that we do it in a good way. As we are a little bit short of time and we want to make sure that you enjoy the best of this event, which is lunch and dinner, I'm just going to go very quickly and ask each of you, as we will conclude this event with a call for action for the region on gastronomy tourism, if you could share one action that from your side, I know you've shared a lot of them, but one action that you would commit in your own, I'll give you 1 second to think about it, one action that in your own role and your responsibilities you would take towards making really gastronomy tourism one of the drivers of development, inclusion and sustainability here in the region. So Maria Elena, can I start with you?
Well, it's very, very difficult, but anyway, I guess it's the most important thing is our own people love our own cuisine, and that we have to be proud of our own cuisine, and then, we can affect other people. That's my take on it.
Very good. And I think that's a very good point also, because domestic tourism is often very, very important for all destinations. Thailand?
Yeah, Thailand, we have the conversation with Mr. Embassy, and he really has a very good idea to do like Cebu, Phuket, twin or brother sister city. Also the Pakiao, Chiang Mai. Yeah, and we can do like one or 6 destination, one country, 6 country, 1 destination, that we can like join and share the culture and food and about the tourism factor. We also want to provide or do the ingredient for the Pacific Ocean Airline, which is if in Cebu or in Philippine Airline, we happy and ready to put the serve and the food, in the airline. That we can discuss later. About the thing that we can join, and also the route that by for scuba tourism, or also that we have very similar culture and food and behavior. This can be the very, brother and sister city, which is Thailand. We very happy for that. Yeah. So and Mr. Embassy asked to talk in the afternoon if you have a very short time, so we can have like very specific issue between Thailand and Philippines. Yeah, thank you. Amazing love, Philippines. Yeah.
Talking about specific outcomes, there's a meeting already being set up. Secretary.
The word, the emotion, the action that encompasses the passion that drives all of us Filipinos, of course, is love. Love the Philippines. To love the Philippines is to love our mega biodiversity, being one of only 17 mega biodiverse countries in the world. To love the Philippines is to appreciate our heritage, our culture, our traditions, our history. To love the Philippines is to immerse in our festivals, our fiestas, our sense of community and sense of duty towards others. And of course, to love the Philippines is to enjoy Filipino flavors. In each and every single one of these touristic activities that I have elucidated upon, there is an opportunity to enjoy Filipino food. And I release this call to action to my fellow Filipinos to come together, to unite towards this common aspiration of elevating the Philippines into a tourism powerhouse.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Indonesia, Vice Minister.
Okay, for the commitment that we want to continue for years ahead is in terms of sorry, thank you. in terms of the human resource development, because it's the key is actually the talent in the gastronomy area. So we work together with in Indonesia with 6 polytechnic of tourism to develop this gastronomy in terms of the training, capacity building, etc. And of course, we would like to collaborate also with any opportunity in terms of the capacity building. And we want to use gastronomy as the tools to boost productivity, inclusivity, as well as the sustainable tourism. And my commitment here is eat local food. Count the memories, not the calories. So it's my commitment. Hopefully I can eat. And I just wondering whether there is some Cebu lechon. Is it possible to have it not in pork, but there's in lime or halal one? Lechon manok. Okay, I will try the lechon manok. Thank you.
Very good. Japan?
Okay. Actually, we have the regional support office for the Asian Pacific region in Nara Prefecture. And then my commitment will be we will double the budget to support the regional office.
There you go.
For support, to support this Asian Pacific region, pursuing sustainable tourism, such as the resilience, as well as the gastronomy tourism. Thank you.
Perfect. That is something very concrete. I think our Secretary General is saying you need to write it down. So a big, big round of applause. I think we really heard inspiring stories. And I will stay with one. Count memories, not calories.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause, please, for our speakers as well as to our moderator, Ms. Sandra Carvao. Our distinguished speakers will now have a short photo opportunity to immortalize this moment. Next in our lineup, ladies and gentlemen, we will learn from the only Filipino UN Tourism Ambassador on Gastronomy Tourism. What an honor to have a national representing our culture, our traditions, our gastronomy at the highest level at the global UN stage. Our next speaker has been a vanguard of the farm-to-table movement since 2006, passionately championing the best locally sourced organic produce from small provincial farmers. She proved to be a bona fide locavore when she opened Grace Park, a restaurant that celebrates homegrown ingredients through delicious dishes. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Chef Margarita Flores.
Maayong buntag, good morning to everyone. Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco, Your Excellency Zurab Pololikashvili, to our UN Tourism and Basque Culinary Center families, to my fellow stakeholders of this wonderful industry, members of the media, my fellow kababayans, good morning to all of you. For over 3 decades, I have devoted my life to the hospitality industry as a caterer, a chef, a restaurateur, and a passionate advocate of Filipino food. My journey, first in collaboration with the Department of Agriculture, has taken me to international events such as Slow Food Terra Madre, Identità Golosa in Milano, Food on the Edge in Ireland, and Madrid Fusion, where I proudly shared the one-of-a-kind cuisine of the Philippines. Perhaps some of the most memorable of those experiences was preparing a Filipino lunch and dinner for those of you of the UN Tourism Organization, first in Bhutan in June of 2019, and also in St. Petersburg at the 23rd General Assembly of the UN Tourism Organization. The chance to have been connected with farmers and artisans directly from all over our country, discovering the richness of the produce, culture, and heritage became a real blessing for me and my fellow chefs and stakeholders in the hospitality community. The eventual synergy merging the efforts of the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Tourism brought on this renaissance and new love affair with our own. Thus, today, what I continue to find most rewarding is traveling around my own country, reconnecting with, learning about, and helping to preserve our culinary heritage. In 2015, as part of Madrid Fusion Manila, I brought visiting chefs and dignitaries to the renowned farmers market in the bustling area of Cubao, which I've been going to since I was a child. There, they tasted the unmatched juicy sweetness of the local Carabao mango from Cebu and the pulpy sandy texture of achico or sapodilla, washed down with first-pressed coconut milk extracted from freshly shaved coconut flesh. They saw the artistry of making spring roll lumpia wrappers on the spot by hand and marveled at how the notoriously bony bangus, or milkfish, was deboned in seconds by an amazing fish butcher. Making the kinilaw, perhaps our oldest and most iconic dish, as mentioned by our Honorable Mayor Chan from Lapu-Lapu, using live jumping shrimps, live crabs, or silky yellowfin tuna from the rich waters of Mindanao, on the spot, bathed in our beautiful tuba vinegar, was perhaps their most special treat. Enjoying a market breakfast, finally tasting the bounty they smelled, they touched, and they saw was and still is always the best way to end a market tour. Markets are a fun and flavorful way to get a peek into a community. Beyond displaying flora and fauna, markets are a microcosm of a people. They reveal how the past and present, ancient beliefs and changing habits affect their relationship with food. In turn, when the locals witness foreigners' eyes light up upon taking their first bite of fruits they grew up with, or realize that kitchen skills they take for granted are admired by worldly chefs, it instills pride and could galvanize them to preserve their heritage. My market tours are just one example of how bringing together gastronomy and tourism can benefit both the visitor and the host. Gastronomy tourism, or traveling with the primary purpose of exploring the richness of our planet through food, is a fast-growing global trend. Social media has sparked an insatiable interest in and a desire to discover all the gustatory pleasures the world offers. The more novel, unusual, or obscure, the better. More and more travelers want to explore the world, not only by touring museums, churches, or ruins, but by sampling local dishes, taking cooking classes, or even going on farm excursions. Today, I'll delve into the value of gastronomy tourism, using the complex cuisine of the Philippines as a compelling example. I'll illustrate how showcasing our culinary heritage as a vital component of the tourism program can benefit both people and our planet. I imagine most of you are unfamiliar with Filipino food, for those of you who are not from here. I assure you, there is so much more to it than just the fear factor of eating a balut. Let me give you a brief introduction, beginning with something usually served at the end of the meal, dessert, our halo-halo. One of the most popular treats is halo-halo. In English, it translates to mix-mix. With its kaleidoscope of colors and seemingly crazy combination of maybe 10 or 12 more ingredients, halo-halo is the perfect metaphor for Filipino cuisine. And I am almost sure that you will get a chance to have one halo-halo during your stay while you're here. Shaped by centuries of trade, migration, and colonization, our food is a mishmash of Malay, Chinese, Indian, Spanish, Mexican, American, and even a bit of Japanese influences, all mixed together, resulting in something uniquely Filipino. It is said that this shaved ice dessert, the halo-halo, is actually influenced by kakigori when the Japanese were here in our country. Aside from our history, geography has played a huge role. With over 7,000 islands, the cuisine, like our people, will surely be the opposite of homogeneous. Indeed, traveling around the Philippines is literally to taste the fascinating diversity in ethnic backgrounds, terrain, and agriculture. Gastronomy tourism has the potential to significantly benefit rural communities, especially those rich in local traditions. Tourists spend on food, accommodations, and various activities, so it stands to reason that food-focused travel injects funds into local economies. But there are other less tangible benefits. In Pampanga, for example, food is inextricably linked to the region's history. Lauded as the culinary capital of the Philippines, the province was also known for Clark Air Base, an American military outpost. The modern iteration of its most famous dish, the sisig, which hopefully you will try as well, was apparently intended to make use of the pig's head that American soldiers discarded. Serving sizzling, this savory, spicy, and crunchy concoction was proclaimed by the late Anthony Bourdain, who featured the Philippines twice on his show, as possibly the best thing you could eat with a cold beer. He predicted it would be the Filipino breakout dish that would take over the world. Food lovers descend on Pampanga's annual Sisig Festival, which fuels tourism by highlighting the province's trove of gastronomic treasures. Bourdain also loved our lechon. Of course, like mentioned earlier, the whole roasted pig with shatteringly crispy skin and tender, deeply flavored meat, declaring it the best pig ever. And of course, he tried it here in Cebu, where it's more than just a dish, but a legacy passed down through generations. The Sinulog Festival draws people from across the globe who come to watch colorful parades and entertaining performances, and of course, indulge in this porcine masterpiece. Not just a well-loved annual tradition, the event also promotes cultural exchange and strengthens visitors' affinity to Cebu. And I hope we'll have some lechon for lunch today. Gastronomy tourism is a cultural bridge that deepens our connection with the place's essence. It celebrates centuries-old recipes, local ingredients, and culinary traditions, preserving and enriching cultural heritage for future generations. The mountainous Cordillera region was one of the few parts of the Philippines which, even after 300 years, the Spaniards failed to conquer. And when the Americans finally managed to colonize them, the indigenous Igorots were largely able to maintain their way of life. This makes this northern province an attractive destination for gastronomy tourism. Pre-colonial cooking methods are utilized in delicacies such as pinikpikan, a stew made of chicken that's slightly beaten all over its body, which Igorots believe makes the meat tastier, and even etag, a salty smoked pork like bacon. The region's busy markets and lively community feasts allow outsiders to engage with local cooks and artisans to educate themselves on the significance of food in tribal rituals. Gaining a deeper understanding of the places they visit gets tourists invested in protecting centuries-old traditions for future generations. Gastronomy tourism celebrates the deep connection between food, landscapes, and cultural heritage. By celebrating heirloom recipes, homegrown ingredients, and age-old skills, gastronomy tourism helps prevent their disappearance. One good example is asin tibuok, a traditional artisanal salt from Bohol. It exemplifies this example beautifully. Handcrafted via a labor-intensive process of soaking coconut husks in salt water for months, drying them, then burning them to impart a distinct smokiness with fruity undertones. This asin tibuok, it's now listed in the Ark of Taste catalog of endangered heritage foods by the Slow Food Organization. And it was on the brink of extinction. But by featuring it in Bohol's culinary tours and incorporating it in local dishes, asin tibuok is now experiencing a wonderful revival, keeping the craft alive. However, gastronomy tourism is not only about savoring exotic food or safeguarding culinary heritage. It can also pave the way to a more sustainable future. Which brings me to something close to my heart, the slow food movement in my home province of Negros. By integrating stakeholders across the gastronomy and tourism value chains, producing organic products, and urging the hospitality industry to put environment-friendly protocols in place, the movement has influenced the region's farmers who were inspired to farm in a more sustainable way. Honoring Negros' rich agriculture, Negrense chefs like me and artisans collaborate to create dishes that reflect the island's ecological diversity. This approach enhances visitor experiences and supports the economy of rural communities. And it gratifies me so much to tell you that Negros is now the center of the slow food movement in Southeast Asia. Now, although I am from Negros, the land of sugar, I don't want to sugarcoat the situation. Pardon the pun. Despite gastronomy tourism's enormous potential for positive impact, there are also potential issues. Over-commercialization and irresponsible tourism can dilute traditional dishes, corrupt traditions, and strain infrastructure. This is why such an important undertaking requires everyone to pitch in, not just the hospitality and tourism sectors. We need the involvement of the local communities, of course, the local government, to share and preserve their culinary culture and traditions. And of course, government assistance and cooperation are essential. So to our dear Secretary Frasco, allow me, on behalf of our industry, to pledge to you, as well as to our dear Excellency Secretary General Zurab, that we are one with you in this effort. We commit to be part of the goal of this actual wonderful event, and we commit that we will be part of making our world much better through our efforts to make gastronomy tourism make the world a better place. From investing in infrastructure to training chefs, food producers, and service staff, to ensuring that tourism development respects traditions, people, and the environment, the task isn't simple or easy, but it will be absolutely worth it. My grandfather always used to tell me, always remember where you came from. I keep this in mind whenever I have the opportunity to share our unique heritage with the world. If we all work together, I believe the Philippines is poised to become a global food destination. And just all of you being here today is absolute proof that we are absolutely in the right direction. Join us at our table and let us celebrate the country's rich culinary heritage. I know everybody's hungry, so maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. From the bottom of my heart, mula sa kaibuturan ng aking puso. And as we said earlier, maybe I shouldn't say puso, I should say puso. Just like the Cebuano wonderful rice dish. Maraming salamat to all of you from the bottom of my heart. And let's eat, kain na. Thank you, kaon na ta. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much once again. Pride of the Philippines, Chef Margarita Flores. It truly is undeniable the connection that gastronomy has with the land, the territory, and therefore producers and farmers. The last edition of the World Forum held in San Sebastian in the Basque Country in Spain last year was about going back to the roots, where focus was given to initiatives that strive to protect and add value to those working the land and enhancing the local gastronomic culture. Good and inspiring examples will also be explored at our next session when gastronomy meets the territory. To facilitate our discussion, please welcome an official columnist at Forbes Japan, Ms. Kyoko Nakayama.
Hello everyone. Thank you for having me. It's almost like a dream for me. Because one of my childhood dreams is to work for the United Nations, and also I have so many nice memories about Cebu. 10 years ago, I came here with my family and swim with the whale shark in the Oslo. That is a great memory for me. And today, we will talk about gastronomy and territory. As a journalist, I've been traveling and writing about the gastronomy, like traveling to the 30 countries per year, and this is the 15th country of this year. So seeing the gastronomic scene of the world, I find something. The last year was a big change for the gastronomic scene. What happened? Because of the last year, the World 50 Best Restaurant Award was held in Valencia, and the #1 restaurant was not from Europe, not from United States, it's from Peru. So there's so many potential of the other than the Europe or the America, so that I think the Philippines have so many amazing, the heritage and the culture. So I really, really look forward, the value change of the world of gastronomy. So let me introduce my amazing speakers to the stage. Mr. Juichi Kumada, Senior Advisor to CEO, JTB Corporation. He launched the NPO, Japan Sustainable Tourism Initiative, and he established leading Japan's inbound travel booking website. He was also the first Japanese official had been working for the UNWTO. And thank you. And Miss Jean Alicia Gamboa, Dina, President of Slow Food Community of Negros, whose main objective is to promote and preserve traditional food. She opens her family home to the tourist and accepts for the private dining and the homestay to showcase the culinary heritage of the region. Ms. Cran Garcia, she's the author of the Philippine Food Holidays Guide, awarded as the best food tourism book in the world at the 29th Grumman Awards. The host of the Signal TV's Discover Eats, curator of gastronomic experiences, and the Philippine ambassador of the World Food Travel Associations, all centered on championing the Philippine gastronomy tourism. Thank you very much. So please have a seat. Okay, so I think that everyone is so hungry, and especially the Margarita's presentation is all about the good food. And my stomach is also growing, but please bear with me. This is the last session before the lunch, and the hungrier and the better the food can be. So, okay, so the theme is the when gastronomy meets territory. So, Kran, you are immersed with so many regions of the Philippine gastronomy, right? Could you tell me a little bit more about your activities?
All right. First, I just want to say thank you to our Tourism Secretary, Cristina Garcia Frasco, for her visionary and intentional leadership. I never saw this coming. She's only here for 2 years, but she has done so much in bringing this all together. And I think the room is now filled with excitement. It's a dream come true. So thank you so much for your leadership. So for me, the Philippines is very diverse. We have 7,641 islands. We are within the Ring of Fire. We have 26,000 square kilometers of marine biodiversity. So those elements define our terroir. So it yields robust produce that make our food very flavorful. And then you integrate the tradition, the techniques of the people. So our island, if you travel in different places, the beauty of the Philippines is that as you travel in one island to another, the scene changes and so is the flavors. So our strength is our diversity. So you can choose whether you want coastal cuisine, forest food, mountain dishes, everything also changes in flavors depending on what grows in the islands.
Amazing. And the Kran is traveling all over Philippines, but at the same timing, Alina, you are based in Negros Island, Occident, and you are the farmer as well, so that your eyes are more like the micro eyes rather than the macro eyes. So that from that perspective, how you describe your region?
Negros Occidental is an agricultural area. Although we are an island, we're actually half an island because we are divided by mountain ranges and the other side is called Negros Oriental. And I think our strength is really in agriculture more than in the beach. Therefore, we believe that what we should highlight more is the farmer. Because without the farmer, there will be no food. Without food, there will be no culture. Without the farmer, there will be no biodiversity. So that is what is important to us.
Thank you very much. And Jack, so could you tell me a little bit about how you work with the, the gastronomy with the community, gastronomy and the community?
Mayong Hapon. Sounds like Japan, Hapon. But hello everybody, and thank you for having me, and also but especially for to the local peoples, and also the city mayor, the Lapu-Lapu, and also the Cebu, and Minister, and the Secretary of the Philippines Tourism. Thank you very much. As a JTB, we have the local business here since probably past 10 years, based in Manila, and also the Cebu as well. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for the local peoples to supporting our business here. And I just would like to share about some experience about, I just had this 2 days ago. I just had some breakfast in the Sheratons, and some of the stations at the hotel, they have a corner of the Philippines flavor. That makes me, drives to just go to the local, souvenirs, and which is like a rice cake with the mangoes, fresh mangoes, with the cacao drink. That was the amazing flavor. Yes, that is drives me to go to the supermarket to buy the dry mango and also the cacao powder, unique one here, not in the imported one. So this is a kind of a power of the gastronomy tourism, I think. Yes.
Thank you, Jack. I also had a very nice experience last night. I had the room service here in Shangri-La, and I ordered a homba. Everyone know about it? It was an amazing dish. I've never tasted that before. Even though I came to Philippines several times, but this is the first time ever. And I contacted the friends who is working for this hotel and asked the recipe for that. Probably I will buy all the ingredients from here and buy back and make it in Japan. So this is the kind of the cultural connection we have through the food. Yeah, so that, that we truly believe on the power of the gastronomy, but at the same time, there is the few things we need to face to solve. And the thing is that, the younger generation, that this is a problem from all over the world, but the younger generation tend to attract to the busy cities, and they left home, and the countryside is left alone. That we need the power of the youth, so that how could you retain, how do you think that how the gastronomy can retain the youth to the local region? How do you think about it?
Hi. Yeah, tourism is a global business, and it's an alternative to have additional income. And I have seen some communities around the Philippines that the old have melded in with the younger generation, their children, and that the children becomes involved with the business, and it works all together. So I believe that if we have big support in making this program work, we can easily include the younger generation to sustain heritage.
I see. And also give them the proper opportunity and get them, the job for them, which is appropriate for their talent or what they want to do. Yes. That is correct, right? Yeah, how do you think?
And then suddenly the experience changes with the younger generation because they're more digital savvy.
Yeah.
And then even the look, it has changed. It's more, there are so many creative rendition that attracts the contemporary market.
Yeah. So Lina, as as living in the Negros Island, also that you are the farmer too. So that how would you solve this problem?
Okay, in slow food, we believe that our motto is good, clean, and fair food for all. And the first person that should have good, clean, and fair food is the farmer. Now, if the farmer has that, meaning he can feed himself first rather than others, he will be able to feed his family, who will be learning their traditions, what they plant in their area, what they eat, and the occasions when they cook certain things. Like, for example, every November 1st, which is where we celebrate All Souls Day, we cook what is called Valenciana. It is an adaptation of the paella, but it is sticky because it means unity in the family. So these are traditions that the family practices, and it is because of this practice that the memories that stay with you, whether you go out of town, whether you go to another country, you will always come back. Now, if that is appreciated because the parents pass it on to their children, and when they see that other people appreciate what we do in the community, they will want to stay, they will want to help their parents. We have a farmer, a third-generation farmer who lives at the foot of the hills of Mount Canlaon, and she it is a 973-meter elevation, and it takes 2.5 hours for a regular farmer to get there. It took me 3.5 hours to get there, and it took me 5.5 hours to go down because the trek was really difficult. But she's in her 20s, and she chose to stay. She chose to stay because she saw that the coffee in their area can be taken care of, can be passed on to the next generation, and she also learned how to appreciate her environment because of how her parents brought her up. So I would think it is really the farmer. The farmer is not only the person who will plant our food, he also will pass on the tradition to his children. He will also make them appreciate the biodiversity in the area.
That is quite important. I totally agree with, what she chose. And I find that, the similar example, as I mentioned, the world #1 restaurant in 2023 was Central. And the Central have the sister restaurant called Mill in the middle of nowhere. It takes 90 minutes to get there from the Cusco airport. So it's so far. But they built the beautiful house, which is made with the traditional method. And, the serving the indigenous food, like in the elevated way, of course, but it is the indigenous root vegetable and some of the agar from the mountain region or something like that. So by seeing younger generation started stay in their property because the food is from all over the world, travel there, eat the food, and pay the tons of the money, and they feel like, oh, what I see every day might have the value. So this kind of the changes is quite needed, I feel. Yeah. So proceed to the next question. So how do you think how can the gastronomy connect the people, Jack?
Yes. In case of Japan, actually, we are a kind of stage of the depopulations. So it's totally imbalanced between the urban and also rural area. So the policy-wise and also the business-wise, how we can just drive the peoples from urban to the rural area is a kind of a key challenges for us. So in that sense, the gastronomy experience is a kind of a key driver. And also we also would like to connect with between the tourism and also the local associations, such as including the Lions Club and the Rotary clubs as well. And each association has the kind of youth clubs and women's clubs, which can also deliver some good gastronomy experience. So that's going to be a kind of, maybe the worldwide, Rotary and Lions can work together that would be another, proposal from my side as a business sectors. Yes.
It's true. So we need to merge the power and to merge the, the tourism with the food waste. You can solve something, right? Yeah.
Yes, for the food waste, I remember when I went to Kalinga in Cordillera province. In that particular region, they're the ethno-linguistic groups who are known to be very clean. Nothing goes to waste. All the, even the fruit peels, the skins are being converted, fermented into vinegar and all that. And after that, whatever is left, they throw it to the soil and becomes fertilizer. So there's so much way to transform what we perceive as waste as fermented, food products, and that can also make the soil fertile.
Yeah, and also because of the power of the tourism, you can change the things differently. For example, if you have the plenty of the tomato harvest, you don't have to throw it away, right?
True. And at the same time, if we transform that into that, it becomes a farm tourism component because you can teach others to learn. So it's like having a learning vacation with just the food waste. Yeah.
You can make the, the food waste to the tourism experience too, right? That is the value change as well, which is quite needed, I feel. And Lina, how do you think about it?
In the countryside, we don't waste anything, that's for sure. Whatever waste, it goes to the animals, chicken, pigs, etc. So I think food waste does not belong to our culture in the farms because nothing is wasted. The farmer is one of the poorest persons, poorest citizens, I would say, sad to say. So nothing is put to waste, that's for sure. And that is what is passed on to the children. That's why we Filipinos, sometimes we make a joke out of it. When there's a party, we find it such a pity if there's too much there. So some people would say, can I bring some home for my family? Because we don't like to see waste. So it comes natural to us, I think, especially in the countryside.
Because you grow the vegetable, you raise the pig, so that you know that how important these lives are, right? Actually, the food is the lives, so we need to recognize it as well. So to match the power is also the public power and also the private power, the private sector and the public sector. How do you, which one should lead the, this kind of the activities? How do you think? So, yeah. Dina, yeah.
Okay. Well, Slow Food Community is a non-stock, non-profit organization. The one we have is an affiliate of Slow Food International. And we work definitely with government. And I don't want to sound like I'm trying to be nice to the secretary, but it's true. The Department of Tourism has been very supportive of our projects in our community. I believe that in every advocacy that we do, government and private sector should always work together because the government is there to serve the public. And us, NGOs, we're there also to serve the public. So we have the same purpose. And if we work together, of course, we will have a stronger, and we will have more impact in the community. We can see that already with the small farmers that we've involved in our slow food community, especially in our little coffee industry in our island, from the coffee farmer to the processor, to the coffee roaster, and to the coffee shops. That is the whole supply chain that we're doing right now, that we're working on. And with the help of the Department of Tourism, we are developing it in partnership with Slow Food International to be able to make it what we call a slow food community experience. We don't really call it as a tour itinerary, but more of an experience because we want you to walk with us, walk with a farmer to their farm, help them harvest their coffee, help them process it, taste it, take coffee cupping lessons, roast it, and be with them. So you feel, oh, no wonder this coffee has a, how do you say it? It has a price. It's not very expensive, but it's a fair price. That's why we call it good, clean, and fair. We want a fair price to the farmer because of the work that is put in it. Now, if you don't experience it yourself, you won't realize it. You just want it cheap because you think that it's just easy to grow. But if you experience it yourself, then it's a different story. So that is what is gastronomy to us in Slow Food.
Thank you. And also that, you know, it need to be sustainable. This kind of the project to be sustainable. How do you think about the, you know, these things?
Yes, it has to be all sustainable. You know, I have been advocating and conducting research promoting food tourism for the longest time. And the Department of Tourism has different training modules, but it's only now during the leadership of Tourism Secretary Frasco that suddenly there's a surge of training going on about food tourism development programs to lay the groundwork in preparing the Philippines to be, as she said, you know, the vision of our secretary is to become the next gastronomy tourism powerhouse in Asia. So the private sector cannot do it alone without the program, the leadership of the government. Because if no one will take the lead, you know, we can't do it by itself. So it has to be, you know, shake hand endeavor.
Yeah, and Krang, also it need to be the long time procedure. We need to have the roadmap of the 10 years, 20 years, 30 years.
Correct.
Yeah, so.
Correct. That's why I'm hoping, you know, there has to be a clear-cut policy that in case there's a change in leadership, the same program will retain. And right now, I'm sorry, but I have to say all the programs that I have witnessed through the efforts of our Tourism Secretary Frasco. She has launched the Philippine Experience Program. She's an energizer bunny. She traveled around the Philippines to really be one with the people, genuinely be one with the people and listen to what they need. So I really believe that I have high hopes that with her leadership, we are going to make it there as a tourism gastronomy powerhouse in Asia.
So Jack, how do you think about the sustainability and the tourism and the gastronomy?
Yes, yes, food waste is the kind of priority agenda. According to the statistics of Japan, Japanese government, we had, including the daily food, dinner and lunch of the Japanese national as well, we had approximately 9.72 million tons per year. But the recent statistics, we just make the half down, 50% within the 20 years. So that is efforts, because depending on the efforts of the business sectors. But still, the individual sectors, including at home and also the visitors from outside of that destination, we had still challenges. So how we can address and how we can deliver those kind of issues to the tourists and also the individual people, that would be a kind of challenges for us.
I see. We have the very good word called mottainai, which is worldwide famous, and yeah, we need to decrease it more. I totally agree with that. So how we can bring the international tourists to the rural area? Do you have any idea to doing it?
Well, Slow Food Community have their own program, but that's the one being developed by the Department of Tourism. It has been done before, so we just have to revisit to make sure that everybody becomes part of the tourism supply chain. And of course, we partner with Slow Food and JPB to promote everyone in the region. The book that I published, it's a food holidays guide, Philippine Food Holidays Guide. It's an itinerary base that takes you around the Philippines. Like for example, I featured Visayas. People has to know that when you go to Cebu, you don't have to go to Manila to visit Bohol or Dumaguete. And in Soc-Surgeon region, you can travel by land. You know, you land in General Santos, you move to different provinces, and you meet the different communities, and you exit in Cotabato City. And that's what I'm saying, the scene, the flavor, the experience changes. And, you know, we have our Philippine Tour Operators Association. We can tap into that, but the Travel PH app of the Philippine Department of Tourism, that's, you know, it's an ongoing development, so that can be a good source of information.
And also the, you know, the Philippines can propose a lot of the things to the, you know, the current trend of the fast, you know, the fast everything culture. Yeah, how do you think?
Well, with the name of our community, Slow Food, obviously, it is, we're food activists. We're basically against promoting fast food because fast food will erase our culinary heritage. We will forget who we are, what we are, and we will forget our biodiversity and forget about what real food is, you know, and those memories of the place where you come from, it will be gone. So it is very important for us. We celebrate with other countries who have slow food communities all over the world every 2 years in Italy. But we in Negros Occidental have started our own festival called the Terra Madre Visayas because by 2027, our goal is to be the Terra Madre Salone del Gusto for Asia and the Pacific, not only Southeast Asia, but for the whole Asia and the Pacific, because we want Negros Occidental to be the center for that and to be the, how do you say, the main office of Slow Food International in Asia and the Pacific.
That's amazing. And also the Negros Occidental is known as the center of the organic farming in Philippines too, right?
That's right, that's right.
Jack, so in Japan, there's a lot of the foodies who travel to all over the world because of the food, right? How do you think about this, you know, the trend and how the future gonna be?
Right, because of the, we are the island country, and also the, how to say, self productions within the country domestically, it's not so high. So in that sense, we have to also think about how could we define our Japanese gastronomy tourism content would be. Because, for example, like sushi, the shrimp, prawns will be imported from Saudi Arabia sometimes. And also some Eastern Asian countries. But how we can define the local cuisine experience, that could be another topics. Maybe we can include the Cebu calls, maybe, how we can define the way of the definition of the gastronomy tourism would be. So that would be kind of this is in my mind to challenge this.
I see. Yeah, sometimes it is difficult to define what is the indigenous food or the indigenous vegetable, for example, because our culture is communicating each other through the Silk Road or the Sea Road and these things, so that sometimes it is, very difficult to say, this is our native something. But our culture is, the growing together like that. That is also the beauty of the gastronomy too, I feel. Okay, so since we will, announce the save call for the action in the end, could you share one action you would commit to promote the gastronomy tourism from Kang?
All right, I have traveled the breadth of the island to document heritage dishes, culinary culture, and history. And I believe that our heritage food is the last bastion of ethnicity. That gives people and places identity. So we have to really preserve and promote that. So given that, my call to action is to transform my treasured research, into experiences and ignite culinary wanderlust across the Philippines.
Selena.
Okay. Through our community, we have many programs to be able to answer the call to action. We are actually doing it already. We are and continuing to map all the ingredients and food sources and dishes that are endemic in our area, not only in Negros Occidental. We were tasked by the Department of Tourism 2 years ago to spread the slow food communities all over Western Visayas. We get invited to talk to other LGUs outside Western Visayas to spread the advocacy of slow food, and the #1 assignment is really to map all our ingredients, because we then register it in the Ark of Taste, which was mentioned by Ms. Gaita Flores already. Ark of Taste was named Ark of Taste because of Noah's Ark. The story is to save all ingredients so that they don't disappear in our community. So once we submit that to Ark of Taste, anyone can open it online to know what are the ingredients that may disappear and what we must protect. But in slow food, we don't say don't eat it. We say you have to continue eating it, because if you don't continue eating it, the farmer will not continue planting it. And if he stops, then there is no more dish as such that will identify us as Filipinos, for example. And if he stops, our biodiversity will change. So there will be a lot that will be affected if we don't do that. So the slow food communities all over the Philippines are one with a call of for this activity to save our Philippine gastronomy, our culinary heritage, because without that, we are nothing. We don't know who we are anymore.
That's beautiful. So Jack, how do you think?
Yes, I have two proposals. One is, as I mentioned, that how we can define the gastronomy tourism globally would be. So I propose one would be based on the local products and at the gastronomy, farmers and also the fisheries. And secondly would be the based on the local methodologies, cuisine style. Sometimes, like a tempura or, the sukiyaki in Japan was, introduced by the foreign countries in the past. But we, originally improved ourselves. That should be our gastronomy experience. And thirdly, should be cooked by the local peoples. That is the three, elements I propose for the gastronomy tourism experience for the tourists. And secondly, I propose the zero waste gastronomy experience, including the garbages, not only for the food waste, but also the packages and also the containers. How we can just minimize those kind of, those negative impact to the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to conclude this session with the three phrases. So one of the important things is the think circular. So we need to think about, when you make something, you need to think about how it can be consumed, what is the impact to the nature, and what kind of the garbage or the dispose will be happen. And also, we need to think about the whole ecosystem of the people. That tourism, gastronomy, and the territory cannot be independent. We need to work together. We need to merge the force. That is the circular, another circular too. And also the promote slow food and the indigenous culture is quite important, because there's so many rich heritages. Yeah, there's so many food in Philippines I've never tasted before. There's so many islands, 7,000 islands, and probably each island have their own culture and their own food. I'd love to explore every island and meet the people from all over the islands. So since that, that there is so many potential in Philippines and also in Asia too. And the third thing is that everything starts from the people. We meet together in here, from Europe, from all over the Asia Pacific, and we need to continue this. We need to be face to face, and we need to do the conversation, discussion, and drink and eat together. So now is the time for lunch. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Kyoko, Junichi, Doreen, and Klang for that very insightful exchange of ideas. May we now request you to please proceed to the center of the stage for a photo as a memory of this wonderful conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, our morning has been filled with engaging discussions that have truly contributed to understanding the current landscape of gastronomy tourism. We still have many more topics to cover this afternoon, but before that, allow us to share with you the country's delicious dishes that will truly make you love the Philippines even more. Let us all have a delicious journey across the archipelago. Join us on this mouth-watering trip. Our regional cocktail lunch will be held at the Mactan Ballroom. For a more orderly fashion, please be advised of the following. First, we will make our way to the Mactan Ballroom row by row. Your rows assigned ushers are located on the sides, holding their flags, and will approach you when it's your time to go to the Mactan Ballroom. Since it is raining outside, you will be transported per group by van. Again, Welcome back, everybody, to the second part of this first UN Tourism Regional Forum on Gastronomy Tourism for Asia and the Pacific. Welcome back here in Cebu, and welcome back to the rest of the world joining us live via YouTube. We encourage you to join the conversation on social media by tagging at UNWTO, at BCulinary, at tourism_PHL, and using the official hashtags #RFGTAsia2024, #Love the Philippines, #Gastronomy Tourism. Opening now to the world, our next session will actually bring together for the first time UN tourism ambassadors from 3 different regions together to share how they are leading change through their roles as renowned chefs. And moderating this discussion is the Director for Market Intelligence Policies and Competitiveness of UN Tourism, Ms. Sandra Carvao.
Good afternoon. Is there anyone there? Good afternoon. Much better. I'm sure that you enjoyed your lunch break as much as I did, exploring the different delicacies of the Philippines, trying to try all of them at the same time, quite challenging. But if not, this evening you have another extraordinary opportunity. And talking about extraordinary opportunity, we're really excited because this is the first time we bring together to a discussion our UN tourism ambassadors for gastronomy tourism. We're very privileged to have them because the message really resonates when they talk, and when we heard Margarita's passion this morning about the communities and the change. So we're very lucky to actually count on their knowledge, on their expertise, on their voice. And without any further ado, I'm going to invite them on stage so that we can learn from them how they are changing with their actions in their kitchens, when public speaking, towards what we wanted, as we mentioned this morning, to make sure that gastronomy tourism is driving sustainability and also inclusion. So without any further ado, I will invite to join me on stage, all the way from the other side of the world, can you imagine, directly from Chile, Chef Pilar Rodriguez from Food and Wine Studio. Please, big welcome to Pilar, bienvenida. And from Europe, from Croatia, Chef Rudolf Stefan, from Konova Pellegrini Restaurant. Rodolfo, welcome. And finally, our great first ambassador in Asia, Margarita Flores, who I don't need to introduce here. Margarita. Thank you so very much for, first of all, well, Margarita for being here, but you for coming so far away to join this discussion. And I want to start by asking each of you to tell a little bit of your story, because Margarita is known to the audience, but most of your work is probably not so much known to the colleagues who are here. So Pilar, I would like to start with you. Tell us, who is Pilar and what she does?
First of all, thank you for inviting me to share our experiences with gastronomy and changing the lives of so many people in my country, and especially in my area. I'm 2 hours away south of Santiago, in a wine region called Colchagua, and since 2006 we opened a little space dedicated for the gastronomy for the wine industry. At that time, it was a very avant-garde idea. It was really difficult, but today we're harvesting some very good harvest. So we're really lucky and really thankful for the idea back then so crazy, but now makes a lot of sense.
Thank you, Pilar. And Rodolfo, a little bit about your story.
Well, Good afternoon. I'm really pleased to be here. Big compliments for the lunch, for all organization. Bravo. I'm coming from a small country in the middle of Europe, Croatia, and from a small city, Šibenik. I'm really happy person because I work job I really like in the city where I was born. I started the Pellegrini story 17 years ago from the scratch. It was a hard fight with little knowledge, but with big passion, hard working hours. And today we managed to be the Michelin star restaurant. We were elected for best restaurant in Croatia for 5 years in a row, best chef in Croatia. And now I'm really proud that I become a part of a Croatian tourist board. They recognized how gastronomy is important, and we achieved really nice things in the last 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Rodolfo, for that introduction. It's really good to see also the Croatian Tourist Board bringing chefs on board. No, it's something you wouldn't imagine some years ago, how a chef would join with the tourist board.
It started after the COVID. After the COVID, I think everybody wake up and everyone looks what are our advantages. And then our Ministry of Tourism find that the third decision to choose destination was gastronomy. And then they push in this direction. And I think they did a great job.
Perfect. Some inspiration for other countries. Well, we see other chefs very close. Margarita, we heard you this morning and the amazing stories on the communities, but we discussed with the ministers how we bring gastronomy, tourism and agriculture closer together. And someone said it all starts with the product, and we often forget about that. There won't be gastronomy without product, there won't be gastronomy tourism without the product. So how do you link that in your work, and how are you changing that connection through your work?
Well, actually, thank you so much for that question. I was hoping I would have a little bit more time earlier when I was speaking to explain how I feel so strongly about working with the government to push the advocacy for gastronomy tourism. Actually, it all started with our work with the Department of Agriculture. That was the first push that we got from then Undersecretary Berna Puyat, who really put us chefs together with the farmers. She also brought new produce to us that us chefs were like so excited about that we didn't know existed in the Philippines. And luckily, apart from her work at the Department of Agriculture, she moved into the Department of Tourism. So the synergy between the two departments became actually the real solution to bring the industry much more forward, and to give a push to the chefs and to the rest of the hospitality industry, and putting them together with the farmers who also needed much help. And I think that maybe one of the best lessons today is about how public-private partnership is really the key. I think not just in the Philippines, but all over the world. We all need to work with government, because then government has the resources, but they would also like to know where they can help. And I think that that's been the real key, why all of a sudden we Filipinos now love our food again. I think that this is a function of our history. I think we all need to admit this. We were colonized, so for many, many years, we liked things that were not our own. We had this colonial mentality where what was from abroad was better than our own. And it took us a while to have this new love affair with our own country and our own cuisine. And I'd like to say that it was government that helped make that happen. I think maybe a little over a decade ago, the movement did start, like maybe like you said in like 2005, and then it started to move and move. And I think that today, this whole beautiful movement really helped because of that. And all of us now, I'm one of the older chefs. I'm 65, so I feel that we started our work much
and a brave lady to say her age.
But what I feel so happy about is that the young Filipino chef now is so like enamored and totally in love with our own cuisine, our own ingredients. So they're the ones traveling around the country now to develop and to find all of these hidden ingredients that are found all over our country. So pushing that, I think that that's how it started.
Well, thank you, Margarita. I know, Rodolfo, you also have a platform trying to bring together the producers. And this is one of the biggest challenges often, right?
Definitely. Well, in 2017, 2016, I was thinking a lot and what I can do, what I can change. And I'm always thinking I can do what I can do as one person, not as a team, as a collective. And then I realized this problem, what we all mentioned, between the restaurant, distribution, and producer. This is the key of the chain. It's very difficult to find a solution. In our country, distribution is the biggest problem. So we started a congress called Chef Stage in 2018. We did 2 congresses. It was international. And we tried to connect all these sites together. And unfortunately, COVID stopped this project because it was my project. It wasn't supported by government. What is really important in things, in situations like COVID happened. And I needed to stop the project. But what I can say now, I can see today on the market in Croatia so many links which happened on our Congress. And this is the beauty. And I just want to give one example from Croatia, what public sector did for our products, for our production. So 20 years ago, huge investment went for wine production, to support small wineries and to support the quality of olive oil. Now, Croatian olive oil, after 20 years, is one of the best olive oils in the world. So for the last 5 years, on every selections, you will find the top 5 is Croatian olive oils. As well, with the wines, we improved a lot, and I can proudly say now I'm Croatian. We have beautiful wines and beautiful olive oil. So I think now, with the support of government for our sector, the changes will help. So my voice is, we need to detect what are our aims and where we are going to push our power.
Perfect, because in the end it turns around to back to you. If you're one of the best, also the image of Croatia is empowered by that in terms of gastronomy. Pilar, in your case, how do you work with producers? What are the challenges that you face in bringing them on board as well within the work that you do in Chile?
I think sorry. Living in the countryside, it's easy, but when I opened the studio in 2006, I started to relate it with the locals, with the farmers, as a need, basically. I didn't know the impact in the future, but today I see all the work that we've done for years. And now is something very important. The importance of eat local, the relationship with not just the farmers, but with the olive oil producers, with the winemakers, with all the ecosystems around you is vital. Is something, my food, my work, it doesn't exist without them. It's a need. It's something that, and for the people who visit us, they appreciate that. They don't fly to Chile 15 hours, 13 hours. We're at the end of the world, and to eat burgers, they want like genuine experiences that they can be local. They want to be local in a way through food.
How do you engage the communities in your work? Because as you say, from the beginning you were working with them. Do you have challenges of skills? Do they support training from your side?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that brings us an issue where education in this whole process is a key, is something that we need to think about. And in the morning, someone says, the secretary says, open a school, a culinary school or a service, it's a need. It's something that, because it's a challenge in my place. If someone wants to open a 5-star hotel or a restaurant, they need to bring the people to live over. People who are not related to the territory, is not connected to the territory. So I think it's something that absolutely is something to look for, like one of the main goals as a gastronomy and tourism is education.
Margarita, how does it work with the communities that you work with in terms of also supporting and empower them through skills? Is this something that you also do?
Well, actually, yes. If we do go by product, I think one of the best examples, and I think that this is another point that needs to be reinforced, which is the inclusion of the youth. I spoke a little bit about the Cordilleras earlier, where the most beautiful heirloom rice comes from. And it's an industry that, of course, was done by the older generation. And what happened before there was this rebirth of interest in the rice from the Cordilleras is that the next generation didn't want to do what their parents were doing. They didn't want to plant rice anymore. They didn't want to get their hands dirty. They all wanted to go to Manila to work in a call center. So what happened was, what we tried to do was to have the chefs really push for the Cordillera rice. And all of a sudden, the interest actually became viral. And what happened was, all of a sudden now, the sons of the farmers now started to have second thoughts and decided to go back into farming. And what's interesting to date is not just for rice. There are now so many young people who are planting things and doing things in using innovative ways to plant and to use new technologies to grow crops that used to be very traditional, but using new thought processes, new technology to improve the products and create new things that the chefs and the home chefs and the restaurants would be interested in. So working with those communities, not just for rice, but now using that template for other things, whether it's seafood from interesting places, etc. It's really kind of like sparking the passion of the youth to start growing or planting or creating things again. So that's been something that is quite vibrant now and really in top of mind with all of the chefs and the other stakeholders in the industry.
No, thank you. I think that's a very important point, the perception, no? Because the perception of the activity and also maybe the economic benefits were not a driver to stay and continue. And this leads us to one of the challenges we know the sector has, which are working conditions, no? And we were talking before actually with Rudolph about it. How do you work on this concept of social inclusion as well? Because obviously it's one of the biggest challenges we face as an industry.
Yes, it's a new time. I say before we had like 1 year to plan something. Now we have months, or I would say days. The world is changing rapidly, and only what I can say, in my case, I started to follow the nature. I think my all thoughts go back to the nature. So when I opened the restaurant, we served breakfast, lunch, dinner. And during the last 17 years, we had always problems with the lunch. And I pushed on different ways. I tried different solutions, different menus, different price range. I tried all elements what's possible. And then I said the nature is made a victory in this case. Why? Because our restaurant is in 700 years old building, which is made from the stone, oriented directly on the sun whole day. And who can eat on this 40 degrees temperature? So everything was good, but it wasn't perfect. So I said, we are going to serve only dinner. We will cut the working hours, and we'll try to do the maximum in our restaurant during the the night. So we offered two concepts. We have like fine dining, we have like our cuisine, and we have small bites. On the steps, we made a package of Dalmatian cuisine, what you get all together on the plate. So if you don't have time, if you are busy, you can experience Dalmatia and Croatia on the plate. Thank you.
Perfect. It's also important because more and more the combination of different types of experience for different types of public and to attract the younger generation as well. Pilar, I know that you've also opened accommodation now with the studio, which allows for, I would say, the complete experience of the gastronomy and also the linkage with wine, because obviously the pairing wine and gastronomy is a win-win situation for both. How do you see the consumer changes? No, because you see people coming to your studio regularly, and also not only domestic market but also international.
I would like to complement what Rudolf says first. I think we cooks, we need to realize the power of gastronomy that we have in our hands, the power of change, convert an ingredient into culture. I think this is super powerful, and we need to, this is our, weapon that I need to when we sit down with the team and we're not cooking, we're doing culture, and this is something so different. So it's a different set of mind when we are not chopping and cutting and cooking. We're doing culture that can trespass generations. I think this is important when we're talking education and how you trespass, all your experiences, and this is all about, giving away what you know. And yeah, of course, I mean, today that people can drive 2 hours to eat in my restaurant and have the experience and come back to Santiago is something that I never thought in my life. That something in Chile, probably in France is more common. In Chile, it's impossible that someone drives 2 hours to eat and then come back. Yes, we look for the experiences. So it's not open. We don't offer an open menu. It's a set menu, and there's people, no, I would like, I don't like white wine. I want red. It says, let's do something, try it, and then if you don't like it, then you go with red or go with white. And then they say, and they are so fascinated when they learn something, when they taste something new, when this dish, when this wine works together, is something like, this is good, and this is so, rewardful.
No, and also very important to tell the story now and to explain.
Basic. Tell the story. If you don't have a story in your plate, if you don't have a story in what you're doing, what you're cooking, you're done. Immediately, in this world that is over-connected, super connected, I think to have the story and a local story is crucial.
I think, well, obviously we've heard very inspiring stories. I'd like you to now flip to the other side, through your experience. If you would need to give advice to those now starting your own business, what would you tell them? What was something you learned from what worked, but also from what didn't work? Margarita?
Well, I think for those who are starting, I think that it's really feeling strongly about where you're from and feeling strongly about what's around you. In the end, that's the essence of you, and to be able to want to propagate that and to tell that story, I think that's the most important thing. I've been really lucky because I've been to Croatia. I went just to Zagreb. I wish I could go to other parts of Chef's
You will,
place.
definitely.
But I was talking to Chef Pilar earlier, and I said, oh my God, My dream is still to go to Latin America. I have never been there, and that's still on like my super bucket list. And like she said earlier, everybody now is so willing to travel. So Chef Pilar, I will travel halfway around the world to come and visit you, hopefully. Not just to have the Chilean wines, but to have your food. And I think that it's just feeling strongly about what you're doing and wanting to tell that story. I always tell students who are in chef school, all of you will go through the same courses. You'll learn from the same teachers, etc. But what will set you apart when you get out of school is you're putting your own personal stamp. And where does that come from? It comes from what your grandmother taught you, what your mother taught you, what was planted around you, what you had around your area. So I think that just reinforces the point that you're trying to make, that really to make a personal statement, it needs to be your passion. You learn the techniques, you learn all of the systems, etc. But what makes it your mark and what makes your work different and more personal is really what's around you.
The learnings from the good and from the bad.
I will say only 2 words, because lots of things we live in blessed time because we can find everything on Google, everything is available. But what I find out, we forget 2 main things in our business. It's that we forget to be hosts and we forget the taste. So only what I will say to young people, don't forget to be host, be warm, welcome your guest in your restaurant like you are welcoming him at your house, and train your palate every day and provide tasty food. When you taste the food, when you have 1 spoon, when it goes the second one, then you did a great job. That's it.
Thank you. Pilar?
When you go to a cooking school, you're a cook. You're not a chef. Chef is like is with the time. Chef, it means jefe, it's boss. That means that you can drive, a restaurant. You can drive your cooking. You can pilot your plane, and that's time. It takes time to do that. So this is the first thing, and the second is. We are at the studio, we're committed with the creativity, totally into it, and whatever new technique that can take us to where we want to go, we'll take it, but with flavor. I think this is very important. So don't get blind with foams and caviars and all this. You can use it, but with a purpose, with a reason. Don't go there just for the shape of it, because you need to tell the story.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Round of applause for taste. Obviously, one of the big challenges we all face is environmental sustainability, and we've heard a lot about food waste and how the sector has an important role to play. And I wanted, if possible, for you to share what are you taking as initiatives in your own work that can be inspiring for others in terms of addressing food waste and obviously all other impacts in terms of environment. Pilar, if you want to start.
It's difficult in our country because the public sector doesn't have policies, like clear policies about it. You can do your glass, your paper, your waste in the restaurant, but what are you going to do? Fortunately enough, we are inside of a winery who does it. So we can bring we can do recycling. But what happened with the rest? With a destination as Colchagua, as a wine region, with the most important wineries in the world are in Colchagua, and you don't have clear policies. I think this is a challenge when you can't do it alone. The relationship between the public sector and the private sector is vital, is crucial for the tourism.
Margarita?
Well, I think that the world has changed so much, and really the awareness for sustainability has become so much top of mind. I have a restaurant concept that's called Cibo. It's an Italian restaurant. It's been around for 27 years. And when we started, we used to make our tomato sauce just from the pulp. So we used to blanch the tomatoes, take the skin out, throw the skin out, and just use the pulp, and sometimes even remove the seeds. And maybe I think maybe it was about 10 or 11 years ago when I realized, oh my God, that's like so wasteful. And nowadays, really, I really try to reinforce the idea of a zero waste kitchen. There's just so much that we throw away that we didn't need to. So now what we do is we take the skins and we make tomato paste out of the skins and still have that wonderful production and really using without throwing away all that weight of the tomato. So I think it's really just a change of a mindset. The zero waste kitchen idea, I think really needs to be reinforced today. Vegetable trimmings can be put back in your broth. Lemon skins can be, like they said earlier, you can ferment it and make vinegar out of it. So I think that kind of awareness really needs to be instilled in all restaurant businesses.
Thank you, Rudolph. And
well, I agree definitely with all what colleagues said, but I want to tell one thing, that we need to be aware. We are always take care about the waste, and I think we need to take care about working time of our employees, because to do more techniques, to do the zero waste, the people then stay longer in the kitchen, and we care about waste, and we don't care about the domains who bring industry on. So this springtime, when I started to create the menu for this season, you know, it's very difficult to invent. Everything is invented. But I went to drive bicycle with my daughter, and I said the nature was waking up. Beautiful almonds. Tree started to have the beautiful leaves. And I said, this year I will do everything with the almonds, with the figs, with the trees, with the pine tree, what is surrounding me. Because there is no waste. I just go, pick up a little bit leaves, and I go back to cook with that. And we did a great success with it, and I'm really, really proud. So the crucial thing is that we use what we have around us in seasons when it is, and to use less work labor.
I think that's a very important point also in the planning of your own teams, and also the engagement and that they can have with you, obviously. We're going, our timer is there, but I wanted to ask you as well, because we're talking about linking gastronomy and tourism in this forum. How do you see the future of both sectors working together in just a few words? Pilar?
There's no tourism without gastronomy, period. I mean, this is it. And I think it's a great future. I think all the countries are realizing that there's something in there. In fact, in our country, we're fighting for that, to recognize the gastronomy tourism as a key factor in the country. We're a food producer. But this connection is still there. But we're fighting, we're working together, all the chefs, restaurant owners, and to work with the public sector. I think this is something that we need to, every country needs to work together. We have successful stories like Peru, like Mexico, like Italy. You can't do it without the public sector. You can't do it alone. That you need to work together.
Perfect. Rudolph, what about your look at the future? I know also seasonality is a big challenge in Croatia.
Yes, definitely. We have high demand in the summer season. And can you imagine that our income, like 80% of our income we make in July and August. So you can imagine how tough it is, not only to bring all that, to collect all these ingredients in the high season. So I think it's very important that each region and each country define what they want to reach in the future. And then to target it and to go step by step to find what are their markets, to target the markets. For example, I will tell our story. Our markets are traditionally German market, Austrian market, Polish market, and what happened now, we have the European Championship in football and all our markets fall down. So what I want to say, we need new markets. We need to define for each region what market we want and what type of the service in each city we can provide and how many hotels we need in that region. For example, Croatia has a big problem with apartments. We have so many apartments because it's a nice income for everyone, but it doesn't provide new working places. It doesn't provide for the farmers. So what we need, and with the apartments, we become a retail destination. So if we want to change this, we need to change the markets, we need to change the local philosophy, and to bring gastronomy on nice level with fine taste.
Perfect. Margarita, to close, how do you see this connection between gastronomy tourism in the future?
I'm just so happy to see that the whole world is actually so into gastronomy tourism. I have so many friends who decide their trips because they have restaurant reservations at certain places. And I think that that's so wonderful. I think that it's become such a great phenomenon, and it's helped, I think, almost all places in the world there's just that food is actually what attracts travel now. And what's also wonderful is that now you don't come to Manila just for lechon. You also now, there's an awareness for regionality. And you know, my first encounter with food was with Italy. And the Italian booth actually reminds me of the Philippine archipelago because from north to south, the diversity is just so incredible. So it's not just about going to a destination now for one thing. It's also going to try all the parts of a country. And I realized that I'll never be able to see all that I want to see in Italy in my lifetime. And in the Philippines, I hope I can even see more because there are places that I haven't seen in my own country, which I think is a real disservice. But I think that that's wonderful that it's not anymore just about one place in a country. It's now people wanting to see so much more and discovering so much more, not just because of the sites, but because of the food.
Perfect. No, I think that's a great way to finish, because really this is what we want to make sure that tourism is benefiting everyone around different countries and that people can go off the beaten track, motivated by rural landscapes, communities, and great food. Great round of applause to our UN Tourism Ambassadors. Thank you for being part of the family and multiplying the message, and thank you all.
Again, a warm round of applause to UN Tourism Ambassadors, Chefs Pilar, Rudolph, and Margarita. How inspiring to hear your wonderful stories and the impact you make in those communities that have had the privilege to have you. Thank you very much, Sandra, for a great moderation. And we will now have a photo opportunity on center stage as a memory of this insightful conversation. As we continue through the program, what a privilege to greet this time the newest UN Tourism Ambassador. Born in Hong Kong, Chef Vicky Cheng started off as a young chef classically trained under some of the most highly revered and respected French chefs. With his solid French culinary background, Chef Vicky never stopped developing dishes that reflected his roots by integrating the local culture and ingredients with French gastronomic techniques. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back on stage Chef Vicky Cheng for a keynote presentation, Gastronomy and Destination Identity, Promoting Localhood Through Food.
Hi everyone. Just want to take a moment to say how happy and honored I am to be a part of ambassador of this amazing organization amongst friends and talented chefs, and it really is a dream. And to be here on the stage, I want to just quickly introduce myself. So I'm Chef Vicky Cheng from Hong Kong, and I'm a chef of two restaurants. First is Vea, and the other is Wing. And so, I was, as a young chef cooking in Toronto. I was actually born in Hong Kong, and then eventually moved to Canada, where I became a citizen, and that's where I started cooking. And, all my life, I've dreamt to become a well-known French chef. So since I was young, I always thought fine dining, in French cuisine was the epiphany of fine dining. And it's always been a dream to continue this journey. And today's topic, we're talking about, promoting localhood through food. And I've always believed to promote anything, it needs to be done naturally, something that you already love. It just makes the job that much easier. And why I want to connect to this is because about 14 years ago, when I decided to come back to Hong Kong, my dream was still to cook French food in Hong Kong and promote that, because that's all I knew. Everything I knew about cooking at that point was French. Nothing about Chinese cuisine, nothing about Asian flavors. But that's also the reason why I had left North America. So in a nutshell, I was born in Hong Kong, grew up in Toronto, moved to New York to cook for 3 years, and then came back to Hong Kong. And when I left New York, one of the reasons why I came back to Asia was because I realized I was always cooking French food, always learning about French food and everything that I'm proud of. But when I go home late at night, when I have a day off, I'm eating Asian food. So I was craving Asian flavors. And I wasn't talking about Chinese. I was talking about Japanese flavors, kimchi, curry, everything. And eventually I had realized that I had a means to come back to Asia, and specifically in Hong Kong, a place where I was born. And so that was 14 years ago. And since then, we're fortunate, to be included in a few accolades, including Michelin, Asia 50 Best, World's 50 Best. When Vea opened 8 years ago, it was all about merging everything that I've learned in the past in North America, cooking French cuisine, and then merging it with Chinese culture. And, sorry. And, so when that happened, I've always, thought of myself as the orange color personality. So what I mean by that is, since I was a young kid, my favorite color was orange. So maybe you can imagine, like, orange isn't exactly like a color that a lot of people like, right? So while all my friends loved blue, black, green, I was like the only odd kid out that loved orange. And so growing up, I've always loved to do things differently. I always loved to do things that no one else was doing. And 8 years ago, 8.5 years ago, when we opened this restaurant, no one else was doing Chinese French. And so I thought this would be a perfect opportunity for me to do my first project on, because one, it's very natural, because I was already cooking French food, and I was born Chinese. So putting them two together was a natural thing to provide our guests an experience to experience not only about my culinary skills, but also a way to learn about Hong Kong culture, local ingredients, and also, just about Chinese culinary culture in general. So you will see that one of the first things that I really wanted to showcase the moment I had realized that I wanted to do Chinese French was to basically introduce dried seafood. So dried seafood, there's 4 treasures, right? And the 3 of them that we use is dried sea cucumber, dried fish maw, and dried abalone. Later on, I'll speak about these dishes that I have in Vea and Wing. And I thought to myself, to do a Chinese French restaurant in Hong Kong, in order to do it uniquely and successfully, I couldn't just work with local farmers. I couldn't just use local seafood, which we naturally do, because I love products from Hong Kong. I love anything that is local. But I knew that in order for us to achieve that orange color, I had to attack on dried seafood. And in Hong Kong, we are situated next to the street where basically it's in a historical street that is selling dried seafood, the biggest hub of dried seafood basically in the world, and it's situated right next to our restaurant. So naturally, I wanted to learn how to use all of these ingredients. And quickly, they became the 3 signature dishes. And, and I always say to become a chef, it doesn't, a successful chef, it doesn't just come overnight. You have to put in the grind, you have to put in the work. And some dishes that we do in the restaurant takes about 9 months to develop, one particular dish. And the dried seafood is absolutely some of them. At the same time, we also want to showcase, a lot of flavors that is in Chinese cuisine. So, for example, fermented black beans, fermented tofu, and the list is endless. But the thing is, what's special about Vea is that, I'm here, in no way representing Hong Kong, but I am here to be the voice of many, many great chefs and many, many great restaurants and flavors that exist in the history of Hong Kong cuisine already. But to be able to introduce it in a way that I'd like to bridge them together. So in a way, we take very familiar local flavors, but then we put them in a familiar presentation, in a familiar taste that you would have as a Western palate. Because I actually grew up having a Western palate, so I know exactly what how sea cucumber could be challenging if you're the first time having it. It's kind of slimy, it's kind of, slippery. And so how we're always coming up with ideas and ways to treat such ingredients. How do we make it so in a way that is still representing itself, but also familiar to you? Then at the same time, we're also supporting a lot of local farmers. I go to the market almost every day. We are working with farmers that is growing the vegetables and fruits. Same time, we don't have the luxury of, a huge land with a huge places to grow things. But we are surrounded by water. So we do use a lot of seafood from Hong Kong. We work with small production farmers that may not produce enough for the whole entire Hong Kong, never mind even just for my restaurant. So sometimes we're working with tomatoes from these farmers only for 1 week, and maybe we have to wait for another couple of weeks before we can use them again. But for us, that's okay, because for us, it's always just capturing seasonality, capturing what farmers has to offer, and use it whenever they are available. So these are just pictures of, some things that are locally grown, locally caught. And, in terms of, specifically in terms of seafood, part of the reason why I love seafood in Hong Kong is because you never know what you're going to get. Sometimes you will find this kinky that is on the picture right now on the screen. This is not something that you find all the time in Hong Kong, but once in a blue moon you find it, you capture it, and then if we can't put it on the menu, we'll at least try it and know the flavor of it. One day when it comes back, we can serve it to our guests. Another is also in my Chinese restaurant, Wing. We are serving ingredients and seafood and dishes that are perhaps only unique for that night. So maybe one particular table is lucky enough to have this one ingredient. And that is, in my opinion, the best way to also enjoy local ingredients, because fishermen, you know, the things that they catch, the fruits that grows is not always, you know, according to timeline. And we have to face it. You know, the world is changing, the season is changing. There is global warming, and it's real. So sometimes we have to deal with it, and we still have to take advantage of what is presented in front of us. So in my restaurant, in Chinese cuisine in particular, there is the 24 solar system, meaning that we are always looking forward to what is about to come. And we always have certain ingredients that we eat and consume during particular seasons, because in Hong Kong is very humid, and you know, the biggest difference between Chinese cuisine and French cuisine, when I decided to open a Chinese restaurant, I realized was actually in the soups and the desserts. So what I mean by that is most of the desserts that I have in my French restaurant are delicious, but usually creamy, maybe perhaps even a bit heavy. And when in Chinese cuisine, usually all the soups and all the desserts are very nourishing. We're putting ingredients inside to, and it's most of the time it's always nourishing for your body. There's always a reason why we eat it. And a lot of the times it is about dry ingredients, dried spices, dried roots, almost medicinal. And a lot of times it's coming right here from Hong Kong, in and around Hong Kong, like China, Taiwan, and these are ingredients that we always love to use. Not only that, when we talk about localhood through food, we at Vea and Wing, we always trying to pay tribute to brands that are very long history in Hong Kong. For example, Wing Lei Wai is one brand that we use, which is a locally made yellow wine that we use in both restaurants. It's got over 80 years of history now, still making the wines in Hong Kong. And we use it in our sea cucumber dish in Vea. And another one is Kong Li. Kong Li is the most famous shop now in Hong Kong, making a very unique taste of sugarcane. And so we take the sugarcane juice, we glaze that in our fried pigeon to make a bit of sweetness. Then we also take the pulp of sugarcane. We dry that and we smoke it as if like wood chips. So it creates a very unique, sweet, smoky aroma to the pigeon, to many dishes that we do. And it's our tribute to always find these kind of long-lasting brands, because, you know, when they're this long and you've been around Hong Kong for, you know, hundreds of years, even 120 years is in this case, you know, there's a reason for that, and I believe that it should be celebrated. Because if you don't celebrate it in the restaurant that I have in Hong Kong now, the younger generation especially, you know, I think, you know, as they grow up, they will never know these brands that is familiar to their parents and grandparents. And, you know, I feel like it is also a duty of mine to make sure that this is, you know, something that should be celebrated. And these are just examples of 3 dishes that we do: the roasted sea cucumber, the fish maw, and the dried abalone pétillier. You can see that these 3 ingredients generally only exist in Chinese cuisine in the most traditional way, in a brown meat sauce, very similar presentation and taste all across the board. And so the idea is for us to take such traditional Chinese ingredients, local ingredients, and make it in a familiar presentation and a familiar taste. Example of a sea cucumber would be making it crispy, so it's not so, you know, it's not so slippery on the palate, to pair with a mousse that is familiar to you in French cuisine. And the sauce on the bottom is actually like a taste of lobster bisque. You know, when you have that familiarity, into an ingredient that is so perhaps I would almost say strange if you're not from the Chinese culture. So the idea is to introduce it in a way that it is more easy to palate for you, and hopefully that you'll continue to love it. And so we've worked many times with Tourism Board. Hong Kong Tourism Board has supported us in many ways in where we would take a tour of chefs, media, and also friends to our dried local street, seafood street, dried seafood street, to introduce them to dried mandarin peel, all of the dried seafood that I mentioned earlier, and really to take advantage and showcase what I believe is extremely important. You know, in French cuisine, what is our truffles and caviar is actually our dried abalone and sea cucumber in Chinese cuisine. And if you were to come to Hong Kong and walk across the dried seafood street, I guarantee you would be fascinated. At the same time, you'd be so lost, because you know, it's a lot of unfamiliar things to you just hanging on the wall, dried like pieces of plastic. And so the idea of our restaurant is to be able to introduce this in a way that is an introduction to these luxury ingredients. And so as an example of a dried seafood street, you know, on the top right corner, you will see the whole shop is completely filled with pieces of dried fish maw that are, you know, closer to $1,000 each. And you would have no idea how and why. And the idea is, if you come to my restaurant, we hope that when you walk away, you're walking away with a piece of Hong Kong, a knowledge in Chinese cuisine, at the same time while you're enjoying French culinary experience. So this is Veya and Wing, and I hope that, you know, one day you come to Hong Kong, experience, let us introduce the rest to you through food.
Thank you very much, Chef Vicky Cheng. You've given a clear insight into how gastronomy can contribute to enhancing a destination's image and brand, as well as the value of local sourcing and traditional products that impact and enrich the visitor experience. CSA. Let's continue this inspirational journey with our next session, Get Inspired. Professionals from the fields of gastronomy and tourism are going to share their expertise and experience from different areas. To moderate this session, I'm pleased to invite on stage La Hermosa Idoia Calleja, Director of Masters and Courses, Basque Culinary Center. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you for the Hermosa. Well, it's a pleasure to moderate this panel where we will showcase inspiring and successful initiatives of gastronomy, initiatives in the Asia and the Pacific that links the territory, the food, and the tourism. We will have the cases, and I will ask my partners to come here on the stage, and I will ask for everybody to give them a round of applause. Mrs. Jung Jeon, manager of Jeju Tourism Organization of the Republic of Korea, please. Mr. Lionel Dabadi, from FAO representative in the Philippines. Yeah, please. Mrs. Kate Ansani, founder and chairperson of Cebu FAO Food and Wine Festival in Philippines. And Mrs. Lenny Ledesma, executive assistant for special projects in Ilolio Gastronomy Technical City Team. Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this round table. Lenny, the last one. Okay. Well, before starting with these interesting best practices, I would like to let you know a little bit more about the Basque Culinary Center. We are a global ecosystem that promotes an holistic vision of gastronomy. Nowadays, everybody understands that when we talk about gastronomy, it's not only about cooking, and that gastronomy has expanded beyond the dining experiences at restaurants. We call this vision 360 degrees. And well, I would like to share with you a vision to make you understand what is our mission.
We understand gastronomy as an interconnected network that forms a relationship between different disciplines, sectors, and agents. This 360-degree vision of gastronomy is the essence of our ecosystem. Basque Culinary Center has become a world reference in training, research, innovation, and promotion of gastronomy. Faculty of Gastronomic Sciences, which offers a bachelor's degree, more than 10 master's degrees, and dozens of courses for professionals and enthusiasts. A wide range of educational offerings in continuous evolution, as evidenced by the doctorate in gastronomic sciences, the first in the world. We propose a unique educational model based on 3 principles: multidisciplinary education, learning by doing, and personal development. Our exploratory vision has guided us towards research and entrepreneurship by creating BCC Innovation, a technological center specialized in gastronomy. Sensory analysis, sustainability, health, digitalization, and culinary development are the areas of expertise that define BCC Innovation. From them, research projects, product development, and collaborations with companies are articulated. In addition, we promote transformative initiatives such as LabE, Digital Gastronomy Lab, an open innovation living lab where we rethink gastronomy through a digital lens. Culinary Action, a gastronomic entrepreneurship program with an international focus. Basque Culinary Center is a space open to the world which combines both local and global through different events and initiatives. Such as the Basque Culinary World Prize, an award aimed at chefs with transformative initiatives. Basque Culinary Center also continues to amplify the 360-degree vision of gastronomy by consolidating its strategy and vision of the future through 2 projects that are born with the ambition to continue strengthening gastronomy as a strategic sector. GOE, Gastronomy Open Ecosystem, an innovation hub for researchers, innovators, entrepreneurs, innovative companies and graduate students, located in the heart of San Sebastian, an ecosystem of international talent, attraction to collaborate and develop projects related to research, innovation, entrepreneurship orientated to co-create the gastronomy of the future. And we promote EDA, Drinks and Wine Campus, a pioneering project with an international vocation, focused on the world of beverages and wine, which from training, innovation, and research, and with our same philosophy, will strengthen the sector. The world is facing great challenges. We firmly believe that gastronomy is part of the solution. Therefore, through training, research and innovation, entrepreneurship and cooperation, we will continue to promote gastronomy as a driver of economic and social development. This is Basque Culinary Center's commitment.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of you being here. I would like to start this roundtable with reflection. It's obvious that everybody understands the power of the gastronomy and that there is a global tendency to connect with the actors of the territory, producers, farmers, hunters, foragers, beverage makers. Because through them we can taste the territory, learn about the story, the heritage, the culture. You will show here some of these special cases. But I wonder what are the values that we have to cultivate in the talent that is going to be involved in developing all these projects. And I am sharing, for example, that in the Basque Culinary Center for us, it's very important to train our students in values, not only in technical competencies. We receive students from more than 32 countries, and we always try to share with them passion. I think that to work in gastronomy, passion is an ingredient that you have to cultivate. Respect, here we are speaking about local communities, about culture, about heritage. So I don't know if you will agree, but for me and for us, from the Basque Culinary Center, respect is another ingredient. To be innovative as well, innovation. We are talking about culture, but the world develops, so innovation is another key ingredient. And I would say that also social commitment is another value that we have to share with our students, and cooperation. I don't know if you will add, before going to show your cases, any other ingredient to these values that we have to cultivate in the experts? Lionel?
Yes, let me start. I think that we need to be open-minded. We are facing a situation, a world which is becoming complex. You know, I'm from the food and agriculture of the field, so we are looking at this challenge of feeding the world. We were created 80 years ago because the people had the feeling that in 1945 we cannot feed the world populations of the world, and at the time we were 2 billions. Now we are approaching the 10 billions and we have this same question. So if we want to feed the people, we have to be respective, as you say, cooperative, but also open-minded to how we can achieve this.
Yeah, big challenge that we have. Yes, would you add any other ingredient to these values?
Yes, for us it would be collaborative. We work with both the private sector, I mean the local government, the private sector, and the community. So you get to work with a lot of people. So you can't make anything big. You can't innovate if you don't know how to work with others. So that's the kind of value of chefs and innovators that we want.
Yeah.
I would say it would be subculture. I am a product of a cross-cultural marriage. I am married to a chef who is Italian. So in theory, the principle is the same, but there is a subculture and a tone to everything, how it is said and how things are received. So I come from Cebu. The subculture of Cebu is very different from the subculture of Manila. And it is not something to be compared, but also the way we eat and the way everyone else eats. Everyone got raised the same, even if we come from one country. It's quite interesting. I will talk more about that in my speech later. Thank you.
Very interesting. Something to add?
And actually, gastronomy tourism in Jeju Island is all about connected to the village storytelling. Of course, it's not a famous chef using rare ingredients, but it's about the residents. Residents use traditional food in a traditional recipe, and actually there is a spoken recipe which was delivered from mouth to mouth, from mother to mother-in-law. So I think gastronomy tourism in rural tourism is all about the storytelling and the regional tradition of the villages.
Thank you very much. So we will add open-minded, cooperative, subculture, and storytelling to this talent that we have to promote. Perfect. I wanted to start this roundtable speaking about talent, as I am the Masters and Courses Director of the Basque Culinary Center, so I am focused on education. I would also like to share that there is something that we talk about gastronomic experience, but we have to convert that gastronomic experiences into a touristic product. That's the challenge, and also be respectful. But tourists want to have fun, right? And it has to be a touristic product, right? So we have a master in gastronomy tourism and a specialization course online in how to design gastronomic experiences. And I would also like to add to these values that we have to cultivate, that there is also necessary deep knowledge of the touristic sector. Service vocation, well, in Filipinas, you have this on your ADN, so you have a lot of advantage. Product and experience design knowledge, promotion and commercialization, digitalization, so you are experts and you are going to share your cases. I would like to start with Mrs. Jung Jeong, manager of Jeju Tourism Organization. She has 2 bachelor's degrees in political diplomacy and Persian studies, and she works currently as a project manager at the Jeju Tourism Organization. You will make a special focus on its best tourism villages, Dombak and Siwa. Sorry for my presentations. My pronunciation, 2 villages that operate culinary tourism that preserves, develops the village important resources such as camellia flowers and the culture of Hanyeo. So please go ahead with your presentation. Thank you very much. Yeah, of course, from where you were. We can give her a big round of applause.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Jiwon Jung from Jeju Tourism Organization. And it's my privilege to address this very distinguished audience. So I prepared some PowerPoint slides, which I'd like to go through with you now. The presentation is about the gastronomy tourism of Jeju Island with a special focus of the best tourism villages 2023 by UN Tourism. Okay, we have the basic information underlying the Jeju Island's tourism. As you can see on the map, Korea is located at the southern part of South Asia, around the Korean Peninsula. To the west, across the Yellow Sea, the China lies, and to the east, we neighbor Japan. And the Jeju Island, the biggest island of South Korea, lies to the south of the Korean Peninsula. This volcanic island is well known for its cultural and natural significance and has been designated as a UNESCO Triple Crown. And the island is also known for its Haenyeo, the woman diverse culture. They dive up to 30 feet without any breathing equipment to gather seafood and support their families. And this strong women community was also introduced on the official SNS channel by UN Tourism as a series of women community. And the island is located at the south part of Korea Peninsula. The island enjoys a mild climate that allows the tangerine to thrive on the island. Here we have the data of Jeju tourism information. Jeju is a prime tourism destination of South Korea, attracting around 13 million of visitors annually. Visitors of Jeju Island primarily enjoy its stunning natural landscapes and vibrant food scenes. According to the credit card data spent by domestic and foreign tourists last year, the restaurant business was the highest at $83 million. So, on the other words, gastronomy industries and services account for a high proportion and importance of Jeju Island's tourism. Last year, 2 villages of Jeju Islands was honored with this title, the Best Tourism Villages 2023 by UN Tourism. And it was an unprecedented achievement for the first case for Jeju. And I came here with 2 delegates of 2 villages. And these villages operate gastronomy tourism that preserves and develops the village's important resources such as Haenyeo, women diverse culture, and the culture of camellia flowers. Next, I will introduce in each country in detail. So one of the Jeju's best tourism villages, Sehwa Village. It is located on the eastern coast of Jeju Island. And in Sehwa Village, you can encounter the great cultural heritages through gastronomy experiences. There are 2 resources. First, the Haenyeo, the women divers, which was recognized as a UNESCO intangible cultural heritage of humanity, and the Pattam, stone walls and fields, which are designated as UNESCO as globally important agricultural systems. So, in this village, Jeju Tourism Organization offers a special tourism package where you can stay with the women divers. With this package, you can dive with women divers and share meals with them, cook with them, and take guided tours to a women divers museum. And this is not just an activity, but an opportunity to truly understand the unique culture and the way of life of women divers. And additionally, we offer an exclusive dining experience called Haenyeo's Kitchen. It is a unique dinner theater that brings the Haenyeo's gastronomy traditions and spirit to life through storytelling. Okay. So next is Dongbek Village. Dongbek means camellia. So in this camellia village, residents are dedicated to preserving a 300-year-old camellia forest. They operate a camellia council to ensure this beautiful forest is passed down to future generations. Traditionally, the village elders collected naturally fallen camellia seeds to produce camellia oil, which has been used traditionally for medicinal purposes in cooking and for beauty treatments. Now, the Camellia Preservation Council produces various camellia oil to gastronomy purposes and for beauty treatments. So now, the Jeju Tourism Organization offers unique dishes like camellia bibimbap, which is made up of camellia oil and local ingredients, and camellia course meals. These course meals are a modern take on the village traditions of a farewell feast featuring seasonal special dishes settled to the guests. And in Dongbek Village, you can also enjoy dining in a stunning natural setting. Camellia Wild Dining provides a unique gastronomic experience in a mystical forest created by volcanic lava flows. Here, you can enjoy a local cuisine in an extraordinary and enchanting environment. These community-led gastronomy experiences powered by Jeju Tourism Organization is a part of Karam Stay, which represents the integrated rural tourism of Jeju Island. Karam Stay combines the Jeju dialect word karum, meaning small villages, with stay, presenting a unique way to immerse in Jeju village life. This brand offers a fresh travel concept inviting visitors to stay in and experience the authentic charm and culture of Jeju's villages. Currently, 13 villages, including Sehwa and Dongbek Village, have been selected as a brand. And Karam Stay is founded on three key components: the hardware, the physical setup, software, engaging activities, and humanware. And Jeju Tourism Organization is hardworking to highlight the human resources such as master craftsman and village cooperative. When these elements are harmonized, visitors are assured an unforgettable experience. And gastronomy experience in particular offers the most memorable way to connect with the essence of these villages. So I'd like to conclude my presentation saying that the gastronomy experience in Jeju is not just eating, but it's all about connecting with local community. So thank you for your time and attention.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Jong-jeon. I think she has shared very unique cases in Jeju Island. Truly experience understanding the cultural meaning of this experience, and also with the focus on the storytelling that you were mentioning at the beginning. It's a very different way to continue deepening and preserve the culture. Now we will have Mr. Lionel Javati. He's the FAO representatives in the Philippines. You will show us or share with us the case of or some initiatives about agri-tourism, right? Let me tell a little bit more about you, of your biography. Well, you have a role, you have assumed this role in January 2023, but you have a large trajectory in FAO, in the headquarters in Rome and in the Middle East, where you were senior fisheries and aquaculture officer in Abu Dhabi, in the United Arab States, providing support to Gulf Cooperation Council states and Yemen. He's a PhD, and he has been a scientist and a researcher in French Agricultural Research Center, published over 50 scientific and technical publications in aquaculture, and you have also your own course in aquaculture, so we are ready to learn from you, and looking forward to hear about the experience of FAO in agriculture. Please give him a round of applause.
Good, Mayun Hapon Sating Lahat. Good afternoon to all of you. I realize I'm too small to see the screen, so I will have to find a way to monitor my speech. Thank you very much for inviting me to this forum. For me, it's very interesting because I'm not from the tourism sector. I'm from the agriculture, food and agriculture. So we are a sister agency to UN Tourism, but our mandate is to fight hunger, ensure food security at the global level and at the local level, and also fight poverty in rural areas. We know that most of the people who are feeding us most of the time are the poorest in the world. So definitely this is very unfair. And what I would like to highlight maybe is how with tourism maybe we can create some beneficial interactions between the sector of agriculture, the farmers, and the tourism industry. Just maybe to give you a very quick understanding of the situation. Why are we talking about agri-tourism? And this is something I would like to highlight also. It's also very good to confront with other sectors, because we realize that sometimes we are not using the same vocabulary. We say agri-tourism, as you will say, and it's very because we are focusing on this dimension of agriculture. Philippines is an archipelago. It was mentioned many times during the previous sessions. More than 7,000 islands. Not all are inhabited, but many of them are inhabited. And of course, in terms of tourism, it's something very, very exciting, because you can think about those paradise islands where you can think. But for the farmers, it's also very challenging. It was mentioned this morning by the secretary that the current administration is focusing on trying to improve the accessibility of islands, which is something good for the tourism, but it is also something good for the farmers, because today, when you are farmer, when you are small farmers, and when you are trying to reach the market, it is extremely challenging. And the result is that you have about 10 million farmers in the Philippines, and most of them are very small scale. Most of them are very low average income. There is an assessment, it depends, but to give you some figures, we are talking about less than $2,000 per year. So it's a very small income. It's an aging population because the young generation, and it was also very well mentioned this morning, it tend to migrate to the cities and go into the call centers and other industries. So the people are not, the agriculture sector is not something attractive for the young people, and with also a very high poverty rate. We are talking about 30 to 35, which is almost the double of the national average. I will move like this. I think it will be more easy for me.
Or you
Next
need a
time I will ask.
If the organization can put the platform or something, because he can't see the presentation,
it's okay.
We would appreciate.
It's okay. No worries. I will manage like this. So, but definitely, so when we are in these situations, we can really see some potential to connect tourism with agriculture, because the tourism is generally attracted by the same regions where the challenge for farmers are big. And Philippines is a pioneer in many areas, and in particular in agri-tourism. There is what we call the Republic Act 10.816, which is also known as the Farm Tourism Development Act, which dates back to 2016. In 2020, there were some 207 farm sites, and there are more than 3,000 today growing in the sector. And the project that we had was really to try to see how we can support the government and the Department of Tourism in defining the routes, the regulations, the policies, the enabling environment for this agri-tourism to flourish. Before we start, I would like to give you how we see tourism when talking about food. The first thing, we see tourism as a market. Tourism has a big opportunity to create, to provide a market for the farmers and for the fishers. It was mentioned several times. It is also an opportunity to make visitors access local food. We had this wonderful lunch today, and I was very excited about discovering and eating for the first time. I don't know how many of you know the kabog millet. I don't know for the Filipinos how many know the kabog millet. Kabog millet is a fantastic food, very nutritious, a crop that can be grown despite the climate change. But nobody knows about this kabog millet, and we had it during the lunch, and it's really something that we can promote. And tourism is a great opportunity for promoting this kind of product. Also, talking about the environmental footprint, there are many discussions about the waste, but it goes beyond the waste. Also, sourcing locally is also one way of reducing the climate impact of the activity. And let's do not forget that Philippines, even though it's a country that is not responsible for much of the climate emissions, it's one of the most impacted countries in the world. There are more than 20 typhoons coming in this country, and this is going to become worse because of climate change. And it's also to preserve local food and production. So I would say this is really tourism as a market and the livelihood option for the farmers. The second level that we see is what we call food tourism, that you call gastronomy tourism. I will not insist, but that's where you can have the food festival, the food trails, the culinary class, market visit, restaurants, etc. For the country, for Philippines, it's also one way of promoting foods that are not so common. And the last stage is what we call tourism for agriculture. It's the farm tourism. So you can provide accommodations on the farms, in the house, in the old farm, in the old buildings. It can be tree house, it can be campsite. There were some examples, very good examples promoted this morning, also right now in the presentation from Jeju. You can also consider to promote educational activities for the kids, for the adults, recreational activities like hunting, picnicking, swimming, etc. So there are many activities. So when we talk about agri-tourism, this is where the project that we had with the Department of Tourism was focusing on. So this was a small project which has been going on from 2020 to 2023. It's a small seed funding of about $200,000. with 4 pilot sites where we aimed at first developing agri-tourism development plan and capacitating the people on managing agri-tourism development plan. So those 4 sites are spread alongside along the Philippines. Let me try to. So you can see in northern Luzon, central Luzon, in Negros, which was mentioned this morning as a very important agri-tourism and gastronomic tourism destination, and in Mindanao in Bukidnon. So we have been identifying these 4 pilot sites, and we have tried to develop at the same time a national farm tourism development plan, which was submitted to the DOT, and which we hope will be able to support the enabling environment for the Republic Act on agri-tourism. And for each of the pilot areas, we have also been providing capacity building. We have been also providing a tourism development plan. You can see that each of the 4 sites, they have their own Facebook page to get access and make them known to the local consumers. And we have developed for each of them also a farm tourism development plan for each of the sites. In parallel, we have been providing several trainings. So one training was on agri-tourism and farming system, really highlighting the specificity of agriculture, how to present it to the customers, to the tourists. So they included at the same time very generic informations about the importance of agri-tourism, but also very specific how to make to design your farm for valorizing your place, how to design space of abundance, the local food systems, etc., etc. So these are the areas that we have been promoting. The main area, which is really about I would say the core technical content of the agri-food tourism. But because we were also at the time when we started the project, it was the end of the COVID and of the COVID crisis, and it was still something that was impacting a lot the tourism industry in the Philippines. So we thought that we need also to provide capacities on how to handle the safety and more generally not just the COVID risk, but all kinds of risks. So we had a whole training also dedicated to all this site safety and risk management. And finally, the last one was more about social enterprise, because the idea is that we don't want to, the Philippine farmers, many are still in poverty, and this is a sector that is not attractive. But we believe that if we transform the farmers into entrepreneurs, we give them conditions to manage their farms as enterprise, then we may become more attractive for the youth, for example, or for women, or for the people. So we have also a whole package on social enterprise development that we have been providing. So basically, what are the lessons that we learned from this experience? It's very clear that the project has highlighted the value of understanding, documenting, and preserving the local knowledge, capacities, resources, and good practices. For each of the sites, we have really been able to highlight this value. The second element is that agri-tourism is a very relevant activity for diversifying and also de-risking the farmers' incomes, because you create an additional source of income for the producers, so you make them less vulnerable to the potential crisis on the crop sector. Typically, after the COVID, you may remember we had what we call the 5F crisis because of the war in Ukraine and the increase of the price of the fertilizers, of the fuel, of energy. This has created a major impact on the Filipino farmers. And by having the agritourism, it's one way also of de-risking this element. You can increase the farm revenues, and you can provide a profitable opportunity for youth and women's and developing markets. The next lessons learned is the capacity development has tremendously unleashed the determination and dedications of the stakeholders to operate their site with minimal interventions from the government or the non-government actors. Yet, there can be some competition between farming and tourism, as well as negative externalities. I will not extend about this, but we should remember that it's not just, we should not have only a romantic vision of this sector and agro-tourism, there can be also some externalities. This includes pollution, this includes competition for resource. This could be also implying unsustainable exploitation of some resource like fisheries. This being said, the Farm Tourism Development Manual that we have been producing with the Department of Tourism under the project should serve as a reference in the development of the country farm tourism sector from the way to go. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you very much, Lionel. I think it has been very, very interesting presentation. Incredible work that FAO is doing, supporting farmers and fishers with this initiative. Well, incredible opportunity to put in value the products, and incredible opportunity also for the tourists to meet and go and know about other offers in the territory. So congratulations. You have highlighted gastrodiplomacy, which is a very interesting term to validate the strategy of the countries, and also a project focusing in education, which I think it's very, very important to educate the people that is going to be involved in this project, and also to have education and recreational activities for the tourism. I think that's a good point of view. Thank you very much. Well, let's move now to Kate Ansani, founder and chairperson of Ansani Group, and also the creator of Cebu Food and Wine Festival here in Philippines. Kate is graduated in restaurant business management from Le Cordon Bleu. She has been a restaurateur for 18 years together with her husband, Chef Marco, Italian chef, I think. She's the president of Ansani International Group, which brands are based in Cebu and working in Manila and also in Italy, if I am correct. Ansani World is global, but their hearts are rooted in Philippines. You are also the author of the cookbook called Gusto, and have your own TV channel. Anyone can cook, I suppose. Your trust on sustainability and foraging, nurturing farmers have been put on the spotlight during the 22 and 20 the pandemic, with a recovery project to co-found this Cebu Food and Wine Festival. So we are eager to hear about your initiative. Please give her a big applause.
Afternoon to all of you. It is nice to be here today, and I'd like to introduce myself. I call myself Kate, and everyone calls me Kate. But if I look back at the history of my past, I am 3 generations in. My grandfather, Lionel, was an agriculturist, and I grew up in a 4-hectare farm, and I picked wild grapes on our farm. This is when I was 2 or 3. My mother comes from an institutional, I guess if you can say, chicken chain called Sunburst, and I ended up marrying a chef who was actually Italian. So being here today, which I'm talking about the Food and Wine Festival, food is so part of our life and so part of our history. So let's start the presentation. Food is everything we are. It is an extension of a nationalist feeling, an ethnic feeling, your personal history, your province, your region, your tribe, and your grandma. And this was said by the late Anthony Bourdain, and I think, my God, this represents us all today. And we are talking about gastronomy. So Cebu is a lesser-known destination. If you look behind us, this is the map of our province and where Secretary is hosting all of us today. We are a tiny dot as a city, but if you look, we are surrounded by so many provinces around us. It has a geographical terrain of local, endemic, and a whole range of gastronomy that if I shared with you the portfolio of food and gastronomy assets of Region 7, you'll be floored. It looks like a Bible. We have a smaller but healthier carbon footprint. So smaller artisan farms, not much in crazy produce. We have mountain cuisine and coastal cuisine. Some of the farms we have visited as a restaurateur, we found were geotagged. Some seasonal ingredients like breadfruit, local Cebu cinnamon, millet, kabog, and Carabao milk exist on the north, down the south. So this is Cebu, and you will visit Cebu in all its terrain with the technical tours tomorrow. How we started, you know, it's so interesting. I have this thing to say, you know, we have to do this to, wow, we get to do this. It turned every experience into a chance for growth, wisdom, and understanding. We started this in pandemic lockdown. Who would have thought? We just thought we were pushed against a wall, and we were an act of desperation. And I say this because our industry got so hit so badly, not just restaurants, hotels, chefs, farmers. And the Philippines was in a 2-year lockdown. So when this happened, it was just a call of desperation. And we formed together, what started was of a food bank. Our kitchens were all open. And our board member is here today. And as I look at her, I recall how desperate it was because the containers would be sent to the restaurant. And we had chefs that we housed. And we were the only open kitchen in the city. From the food bank, a farmer's market got derived because all the farmers asked for help. They couldn't deliver to the grocery stores. They had an overproduce of tons of tomatoes, tons of lettuce, tons. So we said, okay, let's help them. So we had them set up in a parking lot of the hotel, and that's how the farmers market started. From the farmers market, all the chefs, because you know, if chefs don't work, nobody eats. All the chefs started to leave for the cruise ships. And we said, wow, we have to find a way to keep them in our city. So what did we do? We gave a chef an open space, all the chefs in the city, and we created a space for all of them to cook. Mind you, we are a bottom-up, not a top-down advocacy. It is purely a citizen advocacy. 5, 6 people just gathered all our individual support, and it became suddenly to what is now, 4 years later, a public partnership. So today, 2024, we are a private-public partnership with the Department of Tourism. But we started as a recovery project in the middle of COVID. Our anthem, or you want to say our code or DNA, the DNA of the Cebu Food and Wine Festival is chef-led. It brings an entire city to an ingredient, to be the star, to tell the story, to illuminate the human experience, to build a social connection to our food culture and drive social change. All the chefs that you see here are all the chefs we had brought from 2021. And in 4 years, all these chefs have been in Cebu to aggregate to our city's ingredient base in creating a local environment for ingredients to be elevated. Part of the Food and Wine Festival and our DNA, we didn't know it then, but the Food and Wine Festival is 1 month long this June, and we are culminating our last 2 days on the 28th of June. We were 40 restaurants, 20 hotels, 10 mixologists, and 27 chefs for this year's Food and Wine Festival. What started off as just engaging restaurants, engaging chefs, engaging press, they started to deliver off-tasting menus, pop-up events, master classes, cooking classes in their city. Suddenly, we found ourselves to be a marketing program for restaurants. Today, we have 1,547,000,000 views. And we just started a month ago for this year. We are a yearly festival. It gave a platform for the chefs to showcase creativity. The pub mats created so much noise and high creativity that it catered to all walks of life, from millennials to the Instagram generation. Suddenly we were a whole movement. We also became a platform where chefs would interact, and suddenly iron sharpens iron. Chefs come here, they work with local chefs, and the result gave an elevated sense of performance, showcase. And what it was, in this year's Food and Wine Festival, we started to be inclusive by including halal cuisine, to start to understand the needs of every person to be gluten-free. We suddenly started to have an education and palate for flavor profiles that was unlike each other. And remember, we started as a recovery project. In year 4, Secretary has asked us to engage with her and her team to be able to have this strong partnership together. Here's what we found. And it's interesting, you shared what are the other ingredients that is needed. And we found for here in Cebu, the standards that laid the groundwork for sustainable gastronomy tourism was, number 1, integrity. There was a need for the integrity of an ingredient from local suppliers. There needed to be direct supply. All the restaurants, hotels used to have a third-party system. They realized to go straight to the supplier, you come out with better ingredients, better vegetables, fresher items, and you help the middleman get cut. So the money goes straight to the farmers. And it was a good vehicle to grow. The second, virality. And I say this in all awe and amazement. Yesterday, a social media team said, Kate, for one video, we had 24,000 views in an hour. And I said, really? What called it? We don't know what creates virality in food. But we, as a Food and Wine Festival, our aim is to showcase an ingredient. And because of a chef, and the chefs that we bring on to our city, an elevated form of what was an existing ingredient was suddenly heightened, that the virality went wild on social media. And we said, my gosh. So we also learned that every culture has a subculture. So what would go viral, possibly, let's say, in northern Mindanao, would not be what goes viral in Cebu. So we learned a lot of things in these 4 years, and mind you, we didn't have the skill set. We are restaurateurs, and restaurateur to another restaurateur, you could see it as competition, but suddenly the competition got erased because we were all one tribe collaborating with each other. Imagine 40 restaurants, 20 hotels, the amount of people gathered to do a 1 month-long festival. Wow, that was an act that was put to the test. And the third thing is controversy. I'll say that again, controversy. So when something is talked about, and food is a topic in the Philippines that is so emotional, because in the Philippines we have breakfast, we have lunch, we have merienda, we have our version of high tea, and then we eat 6 times a day. So if you tell me that your rice dish or your afternoon high tea is better than the other side's, it becomes a war. And this happens to most Latin countries. So the controversy was there, and this controversy was needed to get guided, and it pushed us to the front. So again, the 3 things that we realized was the integrity of the ingredient, integrity to go directly to the supplies of the farmers, virality and media and social media and where we are in the technological world has created such loud noise. Today, we have hit, again, 1,500,700,000 views just for this festival. And in one viral post, 1 hour gets 24,000 views. So we don't know how it happened. It just so happened the algorithms of social media, Instagram stories, Facebook profiles, and the Philippines is a very strong Facebook profile or Facebook-led kind of user. So we found on our 4th year, we are in the cusp of real change. And we are witnessing the envelope gets pushed through the guidance of the food and wine festivals. Where do we go from here? How interesting. The Food and Wine Festivals is a private and public partnership now with the Department of Tourism. And what started in Cebu is going off to 18 regions of the country. And we are so overwhelmed, but we are also so grateful because in each of the regions, Region 1, and we are finding that after Cebu, the festival goes off to Manila, and the festival goes off to Davao, it goes off to Palawan, it goes to Iloilo, it goes off to Baguio, and many places in the Philippines has the framework for this festival. Where do we go from here today? This is interesting because we realized after 4 years, there was a need to grow our own. Some of the farms that we worked with couldn't produce the amount and the need that all restaurants, so hoteliers are forced to import. From here, also, we'd like to look at, with climate change and carbon footprint, how we can lessen our carbon footprint. The farms that are geotagged, the farms that are growing, these certain ingredients are seasonal. And it's not something, if the chef wanted a certain ingredient all year round, how to find it. We also identified suppliers. With each supplier was who each chef wanted to work with. And we found what's so interesting is the traceability of farms. A lot of the chefs have started to have integrity in their menu by saying that the ingredients in our menu are thoughtfully sourced from world-class local purveyors. And that started to be a trend that we found in the very beginning of a menu in most of the restaurants. Also, I was tipped on the southbound policy and the agricultural trade movement, and having to see everyone here from Southeast Asia. I'm excited about the collaboration that this represents. Today, I'm here to share, and I got the confirmation of a phone call that Le Cordon Bleu Philippines, which is, there's one in Manila, will commit a Filipino educational culinary center in Cebu. And My alma mater was Le Cordon Bleu, and I begged for 20 years. Really, it was, since I was 20, I was like, could you please help us open a Le Cordon Bleu in the Philippines? And there is one in Manila. And in the last couple of days, he said, please share to the Department of Tourism and to the Cebuanons that we commit to open a culinary school. And if you look, Le Cordon Bleu is a Parisian-founded school. Has the largest network of hospitality schools, more than 35 countries, institutes in 20 countries, and Cebu is gifted one. And today when the UN Secretary said there is a need for education, I will agree. There is a need for education, and it needs help to where it is today, to where we want to take it. We found the festival needed to be chef-led because chefs challenge an ingredient. And what is existing today, like I heard from your speech, Chef Vicky, you take it to another level. So may I ask the team to show the video of the 30-day Food and Wine Festival and all the chef innovations of the 27 chefs. But thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, Edioha and us will. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kate. Well, you never know what happens when you put together a lot of chefs. I would like to highlight the power of chefs in elevate the gastronomy to put in value all the products. And I would like also to mention that a week ago, the Basque Culinary Center International Advisory Board has make a meeting in Peru. You know what, Peru is a very interesting territory and a reference in gastronomy tourism. And they have renewed a letter of the chefs for tomorrow. And I think it's very interesting to what you were mentioning, the power of the chefs in relation to the primary sector, to the society, and also how chef is not only a chef, but is an agent of change. So I think this is a very important point of view, and your case was inspiring for us and a reality that this can happen. Let's go, so thank you, Kate. Let's go to the last speaker of this roundtable, Mrs. Leni Ledesma, Executive Assistant for Special Projects in Iloilo Gastronomy, in Iloilo City, sorry. Leni is graduated from the pioneer batch of the University of Asia and the Pacific with the field of specialization in political economy, and went on the further students of media and entertainment management in New York campus of the IESE, in IESE Business School in IESE. She came from the private sector until she decided to put up her own with her team. She was a communication and marketing consultant until she migrated back to Iloilo City in 2016. She's now in the public sector, called to serve Iloilo City in developing gastronomy, arts, and culture projects. And well, you have to say that Iloilo has the title of being a UNESCO Creative City. So we are eager to listen to you.
Can I see it? Okay, I come from 3 speakers. I'm the last, so I hope you all wake up when I present. I'll try to make this really fast and interesting. But before I start, on behalf of our City Mayor, Jerry P. Treñas, we'd like to say thank you to the organizers for inviting us to speak about Iloilo. So we'd like to thank DOT through Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco, and the UN Tourism with the Secretary General, Mr. Surab Pololikashvili. And of course, thank you, Ms. Idoya Calleja from the Basque Culinary Center in Spain. Okay, so let me start. Today, our topic is about Iloilo as the creative city of gastronomy and how we became one. So this recent designation is an important milestone and a source of pride for all of us Ilonggos, and we hope for all the Philippines. It pays tribute to generations of Ilonggo families who have kept our culinary heritage alive in their homes, business, institutions, and communities. More than family recipes or food, this designation represents our collective effort to contribute to the achievement of the sustainable goals of the UN. How we take care of our food sources, distribution chains, and consumers. Our commitment to enrich the knowledge sharing with the other members of the network and be champions of creativity, innovation, and cultural heritage. The Creative City of Gastronomy designation is a win for us Ilonggos, but also for the whole Philippines. So, let me tell you a little bit about Iloilo. Iloilo, okay, is it? Okay, sorry. Iloilo is found at the heart of the Philippines in a heart-shaped island in Panay. That's why we're called the City of Love, I think. It is a first-class, highly urbanized city in the Western Visayas. It's located in the southern part of the coastal part of Panay Island. It's clustered into 7 districts, comprised of 180 barangays. We have a population of close to 500,000, but during the daytime, the city population increases to about 700,000. That's how many people we have to feed from the provinces coming in for medical, financial, and other services, and of course, for work. So we have to really be careful about our production of food and think about sustainability. So Iloilo City has evolved from an agricultural settlement to a bountiful, highly urbanized city. Fresh produce is sourced from the uplands and the mountains, lowland and hinterlands, rivers and coastal areas. We are really lucky because we are a food haven of the Philippines. The local gastronomy ecosystem is characterized by the fiesta culture that exhibits celebration and abundance. So what's the signature for food? It's very simple, but we're really blessed with abundance of food coming from the nearby provinces, our seas, our land. In fact, our logo for UNESCO shows all that, no? The mountains, the farms, the rivers, and the seas. And then there's like it looks like noodles, but it's actually the thumb mark of the community that collaborated on working on getting this designation. So why abundance of food? Actually, it's historical. When Miguel Lopez de Legazpi was searching for food, he arrived in Panay, and he settled in Oton, where he found abundant food and rice supplies in Iloilo. We have close ties with Cebu because some of our food was sent back by Miguel Lopez de Legazpi to Cebu. Okay. We have staples for any occasion. We have lechon, pancit molo, our famous Valenciana, a lot of influences from Spain. Okay, we have desserts with sugar. Of course, we have sugar. Most of our agriculture, the big land is really sugar-based. So our food and culture is a result really of local and foreign influences, Spanish, Chinese, etc. One of our notable programs is Rise a Farm. It's actually an urban agriculture program. It means resilient, integrated, sustainable environment for agricultural farming. This is actually implemented by various departments and offices. This is driven by enabling policies, people support, strategic partnerships, and innovation. Impacts are manifested in knowledge transfer, so we have trainings to our city farmers, social welfare, our children, there are 50 barangays who have signed up for this city agriculture farms. Our children in those barangays, we have seen the results. The malnutrition has gone down. Okay, so health and nutrition, economic empowerment, environment, and resilience. It seeks to address the high dependency to outside food sources. So we saw this during the pandemic, where we had to depend on outside. So we decided to solve this by promoting urban farming. Incidents of malnutrition and the deplorable living conditions at home. So the designation is not just a title that we keep. We have to work on it. So we have certain initiatives. We passed the regulation ordinance establishing the Iloilo City Gastronomy and Food Industry Council, where we work with several sectors of society. So it's LGU-led, but we, as usual, Iloilo, a success story is always a collaboration story. Implementation of Rise a Farm program, a publication of an Ilonggo cookbook, Flavors of Iloilo. With us here present is our award-winning book designer, Ige Ramos. So this book, by the way, won the national award. It's important for us to document our heritage recipes because, you know, if you don't document your recipes, they get lost in the years. Advocacy programs through community engagement. We had just last month the celebration of Filipino Food Month, where we engaged the academe and the students to participate and commit to the SDGs. Partnerships with the academe. Recently, we had a food safety manual where the University of the Philippines, Visayas helped us make. We have trainings of market and ambulant vendors, the Uswag Negosyo Academy. So soon you'll see our ambulant vendors because a lot of street vendors are famous in Iloilo. For example, we have the famous Joanne's Fish Balls. It's a branded fish balls, but now we're making everyone, we're training everyone under this Negosyo Academy for them to hold on to their street food business. So the other, so other initiatives will be regular attendance to the UCCN Cities of Gastronomy meetings. We just attended the first annual Cities of Gastronomy meeting in Phuket, last Thailand, where we shared and exchanged knowledge. Participation in Pechaburi also last December, and recently we just came from Macau, where Iloilo was able to showcase their cuisine and share with the local chefs their knowledge. So what else do we have to do? We have to complete the gastronomy roadmap together with our DOT's Region 6. This is the gastronomy food crawl, which will feature restaurants and eateries offering heritage, merienda, bread and kakanin, the local coffee. This will be also offered to our MICE visitors so they can enjoy the city. As a bike community, the City Agri also started the iBike We Farm, a tour circuit that takes you around community gardens. Chef exchange opportunities are also in the works. We have one in September with Buraida, which is in Saudi. They have a dates festival, so we're bringing our chefs to that. Kuching is also having a festival in, I think, September also. They've invited us. This is a fire grill festival. And our last project for the year, which will be the completion of the Philippines' first gastronomy cookbook, wherein it is based on the framework of gastronomy on technology, ingredients, geography, and ethnicity. Thank you again for that. So thank you so much for listening. I hope it was interesting. I will leave you with a video of what we submitted when we made a bid to be the creative city of gastronomy.
Ang fiesta, tiyempo para sa pamilya. Bisan diin man sila, mapauli gid kay fiesta. Kag magluto gid ako sa ila mga paborito nga pagkaon. Pansit molo sang ako abuela, adobado sang ako nanay, batsoy sang ako mga kaluluhan nga paborito gid sang ako apo nga mapuli gikan sa Manila. Siyempre, ang KBL sang akong lola. Ini nga mga pagkaon nga mga panuglion sa pila ka henerasyon nga gintudlo man sang akong ilon.
May dala ako din nga kanin Cebu.
Magiging among nga specialty ma. Ang mga Ilonggo, madamo ang mga kalanumon. Mga tipas, puno sa mga pangyamis para ang lamesa masadya kag maduaton. Para sa akon, ang akon iloy, ang manamit gid magluto mga dulce kalanumon. Manamit gid, makonsuelo, kag nagapasadya sa tanan. Ang mga pagkaon nga karaan, nagahatag sa amon pala nga buhian, sa amon pamilya, pero labi na sa tanan, ginaambit namon sa komunidad kag iya katawhan.
Bisan ari kami sa syudad, may ara kami talamnan sa likod sang amon panimalay. May mga tanom kami nga prutas kag utan. Ang bugana sa preska nga ani namon, ginaambit sa ila kag sa amon pamilya. Ginapalibutan sa mga bukid, kapatagan, suba kag kadagatan. Ang syudad sang Iloilo bugana gid sa patubas. Amo nga mas maayo ang pangabuhi diri.
Ang pagkaon sagana sa Iloilo. Ang fiesta nagapamatuod, pinapakita ang mudos nga bugana kada adlaw-adlaw sa amon komunidad, sa amon yuhom, sa amon mga lugar, kag labi na sa amon mga relasyon. Siyempre, sa amon gid pagkaon.
Maulay, yung gidya po ng luto ko, ma. Namit.
Ang akon kasing-kasing nagapasalamat gid sa tanan nga nagpuli para sa pamilya. Sa bugana sang pagkaon, sa tiyempo fiesta amo nga ini nangin posible. Kada fiesta, ginaulikid ko ang sanghuben pa ako. Nadumduman ko ang akon ginikanan. Akon lolo kag lola, kag mga parientes nga mga kari sa fiesta, pati tanan nga gusto mag-ambit sang pagkaon sa lamesa. Bisan sa madumduman namon ang amon mga gintalikdan, ara man sila sa gihapon. Sa amon pagkaon, ginpreparar ang ilahan dumanan na mapreserbar para nagakabuhi sila sa amon ikabuturan hasta sa buwas damlag sa amon mga kabataan.
Fiesta is our way of life. It is in our food. In every meal we thoughtfully and lovingly prepare and share with friends, family, and loved ones, and everyone in the community. The future of Iloilo City's culinary heritage, transcends beyond its gastronomic genius and traditions. It encompasses all our cultural sensibilities and aspirations. It is our collective vision, ever evolving towards a sustainable and creative economy.
Thank you, everyone. I hope it was interesting for you.
Well, thank you very much, Lenny, for sharing this case with us. Food is fiesta, of course. Food is related to pleasure. That is very, very important point of view. Food is also related with culture, with health, with heritage, with science, with a lot more things, but sensoriality and fiesta are, food and fiesta are together. That is also very important, and I will also would like to underline that it's important to work with all the value chains with these FAR programs and training also vendors. I think that's a very important point of view that you have shared with us. So I think we are running out of time. I don't know if we have time to make one question, maybe, for the audience. We can open. Is there someone that would like to ask something to our speakers? No? Are there? I can see. I think there are no questions. Yeah? Okay. Well, as we have finished our time, thank you very much for sharing your cases. They have all been inspiring. I think that we have best practices to follow and a lot of learnings that we have shared with the audience. And just to finish, I would like you to share, as we are preparing Cebu call to action, one action, only one, like a titular. Next actions to promote gastronomy tourism on your projects, initiatives? Just to finish.
Difficult. I would say really Philippines has really identify and be a pioneer in this sector. So if I had only one word, would be continue what you have started.
Okay, continue.
Yeah, actually, I've heard the DNA of Food and Wine Festival is chef-led, and actually the DNA of the gastronomy of Jeju Island is a resident-led, who want to share their traditional ingredients and the recipes when they were young, they enjoyed. So. Jeju Tourism Organization is going to promote that traditions and villages, charming, attractive gastronomies for more and more.
Thank you. Kate?
Our call to action is actually in action. So as you know, I announced that there is a need for a Filipino-based educational system for Filipino food through a proper school-educated format, which is Le Cordon Bleu has agreed to come with a structure, and the Filipino chefs come on board to create Filipino programs for the country.
Perfect. Thank you.
Our call to action, we are really committed to the SDGs. So in most of our projects related to gastronomy, we take note of sustainability, of partnerships, of making sure about SDG 1, which is no hunger and no poverty. So for all of that, that's really incorporated in all the projects. And most of all, the partnerships are important, the collaboration among chefs, the local government, the private sector. Things won't happen without collaboration.
Perfect. So we have our 4 call to actions. Thank you very much. And we have come to the end of this sale. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the word is out. Thank you so much to our speakers for participating in this very enriching dialogue. May we ask you now to please gather at the center of the stage to take a photo of this magnificent group of experts. Thank you very much, Lionel, Jiwon, Kate, and Lenny. And thank you to our great moderator, Idoya. After a number of engaging and insightful lectures and dialogues, we are finally coming to the end of our program. To lead us in our closing ceremony, please welcome back the Director of Masters and Courses at the Basque Culinary Center, Ms. Idoya Calleja. Once again, to lead us in our closing ceremony, may we request the Director of the Masters and Courses of the Basque Culinary Center, Ms. Idoya Calleja, to be on stage.
Hello, you're going to get tired of me. Well, this forum has been really inspiring and encouraging, I think. We have now in our minds several learnings of knowledge that has been shared here. This was the objective, so I hope we have met the commitments of this regional forum, that is to share experience and to continue developing gastronomic tourism. In the name of Basque Culinary Center, I would like to thank UN Tourism for continue being our partnership in all these initiatives. It's a pleasure to collaborate with UN Tourism. Also, I would like to thank all the authorities, organizations, sponsors, producers, artisan makers, workers that have given their best to make this forum a reality, especially to the Ministry of Tourism of Philippines and to her secretary. We will continue promoting the development of gastronomic tourism. Next events are the Regional Forum in Africa, in Zimbabwe, and the World Forum in Bahrain this year. So, well, gastronomy is an economic and social engine. And I would say it's part of the solutions that, of the challenges that we have as a society. Again, thank you to Philippines. I have just arrived yesterday, so small chance to taste Philippines, but I will do my best these days. Love Cebu, love Philippines, and thank you very much. It has been a real pleasure in the name of Basque Culinary Center.
Thank you very much, Idoya. Muchísimas gracias y esperamos que ahora ya estás enamorada con Cebu y las Filipinas, ¿no? And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Harry Huang, Director, Regional Department for Asia and the Pacific of UN Tourism.
Honorable Secretary Cristina Garcia Blasco, distinguished guests, esteemed members, and friends and colleagues, very, very good afternoon. As we now draw this landmark forum to a close, an official close, I'm heartened by the vibrant discussion and the shared enthusiasm that has filled in the air in this beautiful destination called Cebu. This first ever regional edition of Forum on Gastronomy Tourism for Asia and Pacific has not only highlighted the rich tapestry of our culinary heritage, but also set a dynamic agenda for the future of tourism and gastronomy, which lead to our endorsement for the Cebu call to action on gastronomy tourism. And our host country, the Philippines, with its captivating and fascinating brand of culture, nature, and gastronomy, has provided absolutely the perfect backdrop for our deliberation. So with that, I would like to extend my heartfelt, sincere thanks to the government of the Philippines, and particularly our Excellency, Ms. Cristina Garcia Frasco, for your exemplary leadership. And we at UNWTO endorse very much for your personal passion on education in tourism. And I'm very glad that Secretary General this morning mentioned that we should establish it. UN Tourism Education Center here in Cebu, and I, from the Regional Department for Asia and the Pacific, will be absolutely happy to follow up on this important proposal. The insight shared by our seasoned speaker and professional staff and all participants has underscored the pivotal role that gastronomy tourism plays in enriching our travel experiences, from the fostering the local economy to preserving the unique culinary identity of our community. The discussion that we have paved the way for innovative strategies that will undoubtedly propel our sector moving forward. As we prepare to bid farewell, and I'm inspired by the collective, the community, and commitment demonstrated here. And the road ahead of us is filled with opportunity to enhance the visibility of Asia and the Pacific, not just as a destination for our choice, but as a beacon of gastronomic excellence on the global map. And on behalf of everyone at UN Tourism, I thank you all for your invaluable support and for the spirited dialogue. And of course, my special thanks go to my colleague Sandra and your team Sole, and together with the Mr. Diaya, the director from the Basque Culinary Center in Spain, for spearheading the successful organization of this forum. So we all look forward to our continued cooperation and seeing how together we can share a more promising and resilient future for gastronomy tourism. So with that, I invite each one of you to continue this journey with us, to build on the momentum we established, and to bring forth the change that we wish to see in the world of tourism and gastronomy. So let us carry forward the spirit of Cebu and continue to inspire and be inspired by the rich flavor and culinary story of our dynamic region for Asia and Pacific. Salamat po.
Thank you very much. Kamsahamnida, Mr. Harry Huang. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get closer to the end, it is clear that only through joint collaboration can we move further. Today's sessions have helped us to come up with a set of actions that could support any destination to develop gastronomy tourism in its territory and make it a driver of sustainability and inclusion. Let us look back to a day of inspiration and to what we should advance in the months and years to come. For this, may we invite on stage Ms. Sandra Carvao, Director of the UN Tourism, to present the Cebu Call to Action on Gastronomy Tourism.
Thank you. Very good afternoon. It's been a long day for all, but we could not end today's meeting and without highlighting, I think, one of the most important feelings, I would say, that came out of this conference was, and someone said it in the last panel, we can only do this if we do it together. And I think this is really the spirit of today's discussions in all levels, from government to the local level. And this is also the spirit of the Cebu Call for Action that we endorse today here as a collective, each of us responsible for our little piece that makes the whole pieces matter. The call for action is not obviously the end, it's the beginning, and we hope that it is an inspiration so that more and more destinations and more stakeholders work together in advancing gastronomy tourism for people and planet, and as we said, to ensure that we foster inclusion and sustainability. It is a 12-point document that we hope will inspire you in your own activities and set the discussions to continue. The first point is something we've seen and that we do consider central to the development of gastronomy tourism, which is the need for specific plans at national, regional, and local level that integrate gastronomy tourism value chain into policy formulation and implementation. The second one, very connected to this, is the need to create governance mechanisms. The Secretary mentioned about institutionalizing this collaboration, creating structures that unite all stakeholders under one common vision, mission, and action plan. The third point is that we need to work closer together across sectors to cooperate and coordinate better. We need to create coordination mechanisms between tourism, gastronomy, agriculture, culture, nutrition, health, and have an holistic approach so that we can have the benefits being multiplied to the local economy and adding value. The fourth point is the need to support small businesses. We've seen the importance that local producers, that local initiatives have, but they need support. We need to support them in integrating and benefiting from tourism. We need to support them through financing and also ensuring that they can access the market and provide quality products. At the same time, we need to empower our communities. We've seen many good examples during today. We need to invest in training. Very good news coming from this morning's opening. Skills development and access to financing for tourism small initiatives that can benefit at the grassroots level the communities. We need to make sure that also gastronomy is a driver in our promotion. Whenever a country is promoting itself, that images of gastronomy, images of food are center stage, that it helps create identity, that it creates value for local products, but it also helps to promote and protect the know-how and the traditions. We need also to diversify tourism offer. We know that it is one of the biggest challenges, and there is an opportunity also as different market segments look for new experiences. And we need to recognize the role of rural landscapes. At UN Tourism, we have a commitment to tourism and rural development, and there's nothing better than linking food with rural landscapes, communities, and knowledge. We also need to encourage more local sourcing, and it was great to see so many good initiatives here, and we know this pays off when we see how successful they have become. But we need to work more as well in implementing circular solutions, and this is something that is shared this morning. UN Tourism is very committed to be able to reduce food waste, including prevention, redistribution, and revalorization processes that can transform waste into valuable resources, fostering economic growth, but at the same time, sustainability. We naturally need to advance education and innovation, promoting skills for all levels of the value chain. And this is very important. We're talking about informal workers, we're talking about the formal economy, and we need to cater for all of them. And finally, we need to advocate for sustainable practices, champion all that matters to make sure that what we do really brings benefits to the communities and to our planet. With that said, this is the roadmap ahead of us, and I'm sure that each of you is committed to do your piece, as we heard so many here, and we look forward for the next forum to hear how you have advanced in each of them. With that said, I thank you very much to our fantastic MC.
Thank you very much, Sandra. A clear roadmap that calls upon all stakeholders to work together in ensuring that gastronomy tourism leverages its full potential and linkages to other sectors for economic and social development. We are very happy that these key actions will be taken from Cebu, from the Philippines, and from Asia and the Pacific to the world at the World Forum next November. At this point, we would like to invite back on stage UN Tourism Secretary General, Mr. Zurab Pololikashvili, Ms. Idoya Calleja, Director of Masters and Courses, Basque Culinary Center, and the Honorable Cristina Garcia Frasco, Secretary of the Department of Tourism, Philippines, to receive the Cebu Call to Action on Gastronomy Tourism as a driver of sustainable development for Asia and the Pacific. A round of applause, please, for the Cebu Call to Action. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to say goodbye. We have had the pleasure to welcome inspiring professionals and participants from all over the Asia and the Pacific region. We thank you for your presence and for sharing your knowledge and experiences. To celebrate the Cebu Call to Action and our collective efforts to promote gastronomy tourism through a Tagayan ritual, please welcome Miss Tina Decal.
Mabuhay at magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. In the coconut-producing province in the region of Calabarzon, in the island of Luzon, coconut farmers gather painstakingly before the break of day the coconut sap. We distill it into spirit we call lambanog. And we are proud to say that our lambanog is now ranked number 2 as the best spirit in the world. In the Visayas region, our coconut farmers gathers that coconut sap early morning too, but drink it freshly harvested to celebrate and to socialize. And this is also the very first drink that our ancestors offered to our Spanish discoverers in that historical date of March 16, 1521, 5 centuries ago. We have a beautiful tradition of drinking wine we call the Tagayan ritual. Tagay means drinking song. So in the Philippines, we drink, we sing, we dance, and most especially, we close and seal important covenants through Tagayan. And in that beautiful tradition, I will be opening the call for action for this gastronomy tourism event. When I raise my glass, I say the words naay po. Naay po means, here's my drink. And everybody answers me with pakinabangan po. Pakinabangan po means, let's make use of this drink. So, in honor of that beautiful Filipino, beautiful tradition of drinking wine, as your tanggera, that's what you call the master of ceremony in a Tagayan ritual, I'm going to open the call for action using this Tagayan ritual. So, when I say naay po, everybody will answer me with pakinabangan po. Thank you. Okay. So, I will now be opening the call to action for our gastronomy tourism event. As your tanggera, I now raise my glass. As a culinary advocate, as a Filipina, it is my commitment and promise to be always a voice for gastronomy tourism. Naay po? Then it's only me who will take the drink. This is all for you because I start the ceremony. So, there will be another beautiful shot, and it will also be done by the Honorable Tourism Secretary, Cristina Garcia Frasco.
Is everybody thirsty? Let us raise our glasses to our shared commitment to gastronomy tourism, and may this be a beacon of unity, sustainability, and cultural celebration. Here's to our joint endorsement of the Cebu Call to Action on Gastronomy. Naay po,
Pakinabangan po. Then we all together take the drink.
Cheers, everyone.
Lambanog cheers.
Thank you very much for joining us today.
So, in closing, we would like to thank everyone for joining us. This is how we celebrate. This is how we live and love in the Philippines. Naay po. Thank you very much. And enjoy the evening.
thank you very much for joining us today for the first UN Tourism Regional Forum on Gastronomy Tourism for Asia and the Pacific. The various discussions led by international experts have truly introduced to us the best practices in gastronomy tourism that can provide support to our communities as well as to the environment. Our session may be over, but the celebration continues. Tomorrow you will embark on a journey to discover the enchanting Camotes Island, the culture and gastronomy of Argao and Dalagete, or the UN Tourism Best Tourism Village of Boho in Aloginsan.